Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining the second day of the international conference, Great Transition of Digital Transformation. This conference is co-hosted by Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, also BK21 for Research Group for Humanistic Future Studies and Social Entrepreneurship, also Hybrid Future Culture Institute at Seungkyunkwan University. Okay, so my name is Tae-seok Yang. I am a moderator at today's conference. If I may introduce myself very quickly, so I am an associate professor of management at Western Illinois University. I am very grateful of the conference organizers because they gave me an opportunity to facilitate the great session, presentations, and discussion. So before the presentation begins, we have three opening welcome speeches. First, Dr. Won-Jun Lee. So he is a director of BK21 for Research Group for Humanistic Future Studies and Social Entrepreneurship. Please welcome.
안녕하세요. 저 소개를 받은 미래인문학 소셜 앙트레프너십 학과, 대학원 학과, 그리고 이제 저희 정부에서 하는 BK 대학원 지원 사업이 있는데 그 사업의 일환으로 우리 학과를 운영하고 있습니다. 저희 학과를 잠깐 소개를 드리면요. 이 학과는 사회혁신을 위해서 우리가 인문학적인 시선과 문제를 바라보는 시선과 그다음에 현장에서 문제 해결을 통해서 사회의 발전을 혁신을 추구를 하는 소셜 앙트레프너십 이 두 가지의 결합이 우리 사회를 우리가 사는 지구를 우리가 사는 공동체를 풍요롭게 만들이라는 믿음을 가지고 시작을 했습니다. 오늘 저희들이 굉장히 좋은 기회를 만들었는데 여기 지금 초청을 저희들이 한 네 분의 연사는 굉장히 각 분야에서 많은 경험과 연구를 하시고 많이 국제적으로 알려져 계시는 분들을 모셨습니다. 스페셜 아나토미의 프로페서 켈빈 추아, 그리고 에이시아 밸류 어드바이저스의 CEO이시면서 파운더로서 계시는 미스터 필로 알토, 그리고 저희 학과와 파트너십을 맺고 있는 영국 노스햄튼의 리처드 하젠버그 교수님, 그리고 마지막으로 나우만재단에서 도시화와 혁신, Urbanization and Innovation 쪽에 팔러스 어드바이서로서 일을 하고 계시는 더크 아스만 박사 이렇게 모셔서 굉장히 다양한 주제에 대해서 얘기를 하는데 그 주제가 서로 긴밀하게 연결되어 있습니다. 여러분들이 드시면서 그런 내용들을 많이 생각해 주시면 고맙겠고요. 도시와 도시 안에서의 삶, 특히 코로나 이후의 포스트 코로나 시대에 대한 말씀들, 그리고 소셜 임팩트 투자, 요새 큰 기업들이 ESG 매니지먼트에 대해서 굉장히 관심들을 많이 가지고 특히 소셜 벤처, 소셜 임팩트 투자 쪽에 벤치마킹을 하기 위해서 굉장한 노력들을 많이 하고 있습니다. 그리고 소셜 앙트레프너십 그 자체는 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 현장에서 굉장히 유연하게 민첩하게 문제에 대응하는 그런 현장의 혁신가들이 있습니다. 그런 사람들을 우리가 소셜 앙트레프너라고 부를 수 있는데 거기에 대한 얘기들, 특히 포스트 코로나 시대 그런 중요한 역할을 했다고 저는 생각을 하고요. 그다음에 유엔에서 얘기하는 17개의 주제, SDG 주제에 대해서 폭넓게 코비드-19 19 이후에 이 SDG가 어떤 임플리케이션을 가지고 있는지 이런 얘기를 할 거고요. 이런 얘기들을 쭉 얘기를 하다 보면 결국은 우리 삶이 어떻게 나아질 것이냐 하는 것에서 인사이트를 줄 것인데 또 저희들의 관점에서 보면은 우리가 이 사회를 위해서 무엇을 어떻게 할 수 있는지를 생각해 볼 수 있는 기회라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 굉장히 좋은 시간이 되려는 기대를 갖고 있고요. 마지막으로 이 자리를 가능하게 해주신 그 나우만재단의 탁스 박사님, 대표님 이하 스태프들한테 감사를 드리고요. 끝까지 여러분들 자리를 지키시면서 열띤 토론을 같이 해주셨으면 고맙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee. So up next is Dr. Christian Talks. He's head of Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom Korea office. Please welcome.
Well, thank you so much for this friendly welcome, for these warm, welcoming words. It's really moving, even on the second day of this great conference. Dear Professor Jung-Kwan Lee, dear Professor Won Jung-hee, dear participants, online and offline. Yes, we have a few people here, but I also would like to welcome those who are sitting now at their computers at home or in the office very warmly. And it's again welcoming on behalf of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom to the second conference day on great transition and digital transformation after a first very successful conference day with insightful presentations and fruitful discussions. My heart is still full of this very inspiring conference day yesterday. It is my great pleasure to meet you all today, online and offline, and from near and far. I would like to thank again our partners, the Hybrid Future Culture Institute, and again the long name, I will try to spell it correctly.
Just hazy enough.
Do you think so? And the BK21-4 Research Group for Humanistic Future Studies and Social Entrepreneurship for a close cooperation that we really enjoy. Yesterday's conference day has just proven another success of our partnership. For those who could not join yesterday, my name is Christian Talks. I was very kindly introduced already, and I'm the head of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, a German and non-profit organization in Korea that established its office in Seoul in 1987. Yesterday, we had an in-depth discussion on the design of smart cities with presentations by Korean speakers. Today, we have international speakers from Singapore, Hong Kong, the UK, and Germany. They will shed light on necessity of sustainable cities, the social responsibility and social entrepreneurship that comes along with equipping companies and society for a valuable living space in the future. And by the way, in the present already. This pandemic has shown that not only we need to adapt to rapid changes, but also company structures, technology, and the economy need to be adjusted to meet present challenges. I'm convinced that we will all gain a new perspective from today's conference, given this significant topic of discussion that requires each and every one of us to reflect upon the future we aim to create. I'm very much looking forward to today's presentations. I would like to encourage our audience to engage as greatly as yesterday in today's Q&A. And I mean you here at the university auditorium, but also at those who are watching us from their computers. Please be part of this event. Make it a success. Thank you very much for being with us today. I look forward to the next hours. 감사합니다.
My apologies. As Dr. Tak mentioned, my name is quite long, so you can call me just Tae. Everybody just call me just Tae. Okay. So next one, the third opening welcome speech from Dr. Jongwon Lee. He's the director of Hybrid Future Culture Institute at the Seongkyungwan University. Please welcome.
네, 안녕하세요. 이렇게 다시 만나 뵈서 너무 반갑습니다. 그리고 아주 친절하게 또 우정어린 소개해 주신 프로페서 양에게 또 감사드리고요. 또 언제나 이런 자리가 있게 해준 그 프리드리히 나우만재단하고 또 그 관계자이신 그 디렉터이신 크리스찬 탁스하고 또 우리 임 부장님 너무 감사드립니다. 이렇게 우리가 좀 정말 현실적인 문제를 갖고 컨퍼런스, 국제적인 더군다나 컨퍼런스를 연 게 특히 이제 하이브리드 연구소하고 프리드리히 나우만재단하고 이런 컨퍼런스를 연 게 벌써 3회째가 되는데요. 상당히 그 내용이 점점 풍부해지고 깊어지는 것 같습니다. 다만 아쉬운 것은 우리가 닥치고 있는 이 정말 시대사적 위기죠. 이 코로나 때문에 우리가 직접 만나지 못하고 이렇게 디지털 공간을 통해 가지고 할 수 없이 만나게 되는 이런 게 좀 아쉽다고 할 수 있는데요. 빨리 이러한 상황을 극복하기 위해서 오늘 우리는 소위 국제적으로 명망이 있는 그런 학자분들을 초청을 해서 우리가 도대체 이 위기를 어떻게 극복해야 될지 그 전문성과 지혜를 나누게 되었습니다. 오늘 틀림없이 좋은 결과가 있을 거라고 생각을 하고 이 컨퍼런스 때문에 코로나 위기가 극복이 돼서 다음번에는 우리가 직접 만나서 정말 또 다른 희망적인 얘기를 할 수 있기를 바랍니다. 여러분 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
It's okay. It's not broken yet. So, okay, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind speeches. Okay, so and then thank you so much, Dr. Talks, and then to Dr. Lee's, and then for your kind welcome remarks. So now let's move to the real presentation, so which you have been really waiting for. I'm sure about it. It doesn't mean that we did not enjoy your welcome greetings, but also it was very marvelous, by the way. Are you guys excited about the presentations? Yes or no? Yes, yes. I hope I'm not the only one super excited today. Okay, so, and also he said this is third conference, am I correct? And I'm just regret that I missed the first two. I think I already look up the schedule and then it looks like a great presentation awaiting us. So now, let me briefly describe the session format and then procedure and before presentation begins. First, each presenter will be given about 30 minutes for the presentation. As a moderator, I will check the time, and I hope I will check the time correctly, and then we'll give you a 5 minutes warning when only 5 minutes time left. So I hate to say this, but I have to stop your presentation when your presentation goes over 30 minutes. However, we could be quite flexible, so you can go slightly over 30 minutes, not too much. Okay, after the presentation, and then this is for the audience, where after the presentation ends, we will have a Q&A time, also discussion, for about 30 minutes. So since this conference is being Zoom webinar at the same time, we will get the questions for the presenter through the texting method. I'm talking about the online participants today. So you can see the chat button on the menu bar of the Zoom window. Can you see that? So you can type your name and questions also, and then you can submit right there. So also you can write in Korean if you are not quite good at writing everything in English. But we have excellent translators here, so they will be able to help you out to deliver the questions correctly to the presenters. So also practically we may have only 20 to 30 minutes for the Q&A time, depending on the schedule. So therefore, we will take the first up to 2 questions from the online submission first, and then followed by up to 2 questions from the on-site audiences. But if we still have time after then, what we are going to do, we have more questions discussed. It sounds great to you guys? Great. Yes, yes, please. Yes. Also, lastly, after all sessions over today, right, do not leave, because there will be a survey, online survey, for asking how you satisfied, what was your experience with our conference is like, please. Okay, so we will send the link through that chat also along with the QR code, I think. So please, every response is valuable to us to improve future conference, right? Okay. Also, now let's move to the first session. We have two great presentations in the first session. The first is Mr. Calvin Chua. Calvin is a registered architect in the United Kingdom, a founder of Spatial Anatomy, adjunct assistant professor of Singapore University of Technology and Design, also associate program head of Chosun Exchange. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. And thank you very much, Dr. Te, for your kind introduction. And pleasant to meet you again, Dr. Cox. It's unfortunate that I can't be presenting this presentation in person in Korea, but I think a webinar session is what we have all been used to for the past 1.5 years. So let me start off by sharing the screen. Right. I trust that the audio is okay.
It is excellent, actually, yes.
Perfect, that's great. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Calvin Chua. So I'm the founder of Spatial Anatomy. And I'd just like to share some thoughts with you on the issues surrounding COVID-19 and its implications on cities, how we plan cities, how we improve cities, the way we live in future. And I'll try to use the context of Singapore to share some of these examples. So I'd like to firstly profess that I'm not a civil servant. So all the case studies that I'm sharing today are actually projects that my practice has been working on instead of national plans or national policies. So let's start. So I'm sure all of you are very familiar with these news reports early this October, right? Bloomberg reported, Singapore is pushing for living with COVID. And shortly after, South Korea launches panel to debate living with COVID-19. So I think moving forward, I think globally, everyone is trying to move ahead and to live with COVID, treating COVID as an endemic rather than a pandemic. But what does it really mean to live with COVID? I think, and what has COVID itself exposed the gaps, the issues and fundamental problems of our society and of our cities, right? So today, I would just like to share with you five key points surrounding the future of cities post-COVID-19. So these 5 points relates to issues of housing, migrant worker housing, food production, retail malls, and how do we design new cities. And in association with these different topics are the issues of flexibility, issues of rights, self-sufficiency, adaptability, and possibilities. So let's start with housing first. So as we all know, working from home has become the default COVID-19 measures, right? As with lockdowns imposed on our daily lives, we are unable to go back to office to work, and we have been all working from home for a longer period of time. So this is a floor plan of a typical public housing apartment that you find in Singapore. It's 1,000 square feet, not very big. So what does it mean to work from home? You would try to convert one of the rooms to your workspace, but is it really an ideal space to work from home, to be productively working? Perhaps I think what this pandemic has revealed to us is the need for what sociologists calls the third space, right? So the first space is actually the home where we rest. The second space is our work environment. It could be the office. But the third space is actually where we enjoy our life, where we gather around with people, where we interact with friends, and so on. But within the context of COVID-19, the third space becomes even more important because we need a third space to work, a space that is neither the office nor our homes. So what could this third space be, right? In the context of Singapore, since the early 2000s, the design of public housing has been relatively innovative. Several design firms have designed sky gardens. This is an example of a sky garden on the 20th floor of an apartment in Singapore. And the idea of this sky garden was initially conceived as a third space where residents could gather together for activities and so on. But because of the pandemic, these sky gardens have become secondary spaces where residents would actually work. So because of the pandemic, it has allowed these sky gardens to be more adequately used by the residents. So, and that's one of the unintended consequences of the pandemic, where it forces us to really accelerate in a way where we start to discover some of these new spaces of working, new spaces of interaction, and so on. So these are just some floor plans of this amazing development, where even though the apartment units are very generic, very typical, but the interesting thing is the design of the works, the sky gardens as third spaces that are distributed throughout the entire building, creating multiple informal spaces for people to work and so on. And even new condominiums that have been launched during the pandemic period has really looked at crafting these kind of third spaces for people to work and go about their daily activities. So this is an example of this new condominium launch where all the spaces from the ground level to the roof to the mid levels, they are all crafted as moments of spaces for people to work, for people to interact, and to some extent, this design wouldn't have been possible without the pandemic, because the pandemic has forced us to really question how we live and how we want to live in the future. Next, I think another very important point to take note of is the issues of rights, the rights of people, the rights to live properly, and this pertains to the migrant worker housing in Singapore. So during at the height of the pandemic last year, before vaccines were found, Singapore faced a crisis where the migrant workers typically live in a workers' dormitory, are basically locked down within their workers' dormitory because they did want to contain the spread of the virus within the dormitories. What this has exposed is the relatively less than desirable living conditions within some of these dormitories. As you can see, this is a photo that's reported by one of the mainstream newspaper, where there's the spread of COVID-19 has revealed the difficulties in terms of implementing appropriate hygienic measures within the current dormitory designs. So, and at best, the pandemic crisis management strategies are essentially to decant the worker dormitories into providing temporary shelters, which at best are transient solutions. It's not really fixing the fundamental problems, which is the unhygienic, less than desirable living conditions. So one of the key projects that we worked on, both my practice together in association with the research professors at the Singapore University of Technology and Design, was to really research on the existing dormitories. We did a series of ventilation simulation to understand the airflow, to understand how these spaces are designed and how they can be improved upon. And we start to understand that actually, these unhygienic conditions are just symptomatic of the larger problems, which is the relatively inflexibility of the way that the dormitories have been designed. So moving forward, I think one of the key questions we ask ourselves is, how do we design modular dormitories that could be more responsive when the next pandemic hits, right? How can we design it flexibly so that it can be converted into self-contained clinics, self-contained dormitories when the next pandemic arises? And how do we ensure adequate hygienic living spaces as a basic right for these migrant workers? And more importantly, we also wanted to see how these worker dormitories are not just dormitories, but they could become worker campuses to be plugged into some of the existing factories and production spaces, and really rethink the entire production network of Singapore. And hence, the pandemic actually really helps us to review the problem with worker housing, and it gave us an opportunity to rethink the cities of the future, right? Especially within the context of Singapore. How do we increase productivity by co-locating worker dormitories, worker housing within the factory compounds? And these were some of the outcomes of the research that we did through this. And how can we actually retrofit, adapt existing factory buildings to allow the worker dormitories to be attached to it for operational efficiencies and so on, right? And so the outcome of this project has been compressed into actually a proposal for the Seoul Architecture Biennale, which is currently taking place at the Domain Moon Design Plaza. Unfortunately, we can't be there in person to witness the Biennale, but our proposals have been of this modular worker dormitories have been exhibited as a poster board at the DDP. For the Seoul Architecture Biennale. So these are just some of the ideas for installation for the Biennale, where we ran ventilation simulation and redesigning this modular worker dormitories through using different materials, modular materials, and so on. So going beyond worker housing and working from home, we look at the issues of food production and the issues of self-sufficiency. I think one of the key problems with Singapore is that we import more than 95% of the food that we consume in Singapore. So one of the main revelations of COVID-19 pandemic is that it reveals the need to strengthen Singapore's food security. Because when the borders shut down, our supply chains were affected. We couldn't get our eggs from Indonesia and Malaysia, and we had to rely on our food stock, right? And we had to, we had actually a food supply scare during the initial parts of the pandemic. And hence, it really highlights the need to be self-sufficient and the need to produce our food. But what is really interesting is that if you look at this news article, it was published in April 9th in 2019. it talks about questions whether Singapore's 30 by 30 food production target, if it's feasible. So what is the 30 by 30 food production target? It is a target that's set up by the Singapore Food Agency, Singapore Food Authority, where by 2030, 30% of the food production must be of the food must be produced locally. So it is a very ambitious plan that's set by the government. But because of the pandemic, I think it really rallied everyone together and understanding that this is a necessity for the country to approach, right? To hit this target by 2030, so that when the next pandemic arises, we would be much more self-sufficient with our food production. We can achieve food security. And so these are some of the photos from the Singapore Food Authority, the new kind of farming spaces that have been developed over the past 2 to 3 years when the 30 by 30 plans were put in place. So you can see food production, urban farms at the top of shopping malls in the photo on the top left. The left bottom is an old school that the school field have been converted into greenhouses for food production area. On the bottom right, you can see multi-story car parks, the top level being converted into food production hydroponics area, and even the rivers and sea in Singapore could actually be transformed into floating farms for fish and for vegetables and other types of poultry and so on. So these are the new farming spaces that you find in Singapore. And on the left-hand side, there has been active kind of push towards generating new generation of intensified high-tech vegetable farms. So if you look at the figures, which I've obtained from the Singapore Food Authority, the current vegetable farms actually produce 130 tons per hectare per year. So with a high-tech vegetable farms that's set by the government, the target is 1,000 tons per hectare per year. This means that food production for vegetables will almost be 9 times more efficient than the current amount. And hence, this is the target that the country is moving towards. And because of the pandemic, I think we all understand the necessity of hitting those targets. So that's on the production side. But increasingly, we see the importance of developing the community aspect of food production, right? So that the general population understands what does it mean to live with nature, to live with, to be grounded in food production, and to rediscover the joys of becoming a farmer again. So I think one of the key issues with Singapore is that as we transform, moved away from an industrializing economy to a knowledge-based economy, a lot of the younger generations are unwilling to do hard labor or to do farming activities. And hence, I think by creating more community-centric spaces that's attached to the food production spaces could start to generate interest in farming as a new way of life, farming as a new kind of production. Of course, we are talking about high-tech farming, right? So on the photo on the right is actually a photo of the Ground Initiative. It is a farm that has been set up since 5-10 years ago to encourage stewardship, eco-stewardship amongst the community, to get the community be interested in farming. And going beyond farming, the space itself is really a space for all kinds of farming related activities, from hydroponics to even glamping sites, camping sites, playgrounds, and even some expedition spaces have been created within the compounds of this ground-up initiative, which is community-oriented urban farm. So because of the pandemic, we did work with them last year, last September, as part of the Architectural Festival in Singapore. We designed the Green Agora, which is a new generation of a pavilion for community dialogue on nature, food, and farming. You can read the text there. It is conceived as a living structure, a modular structure, where the pavilion allows native plants to grow on its aluminium steel meshes. And to some extent, we wanted to combine experimentation in construction, in growing techniques, to enable a new type of nature-oriented public space. So again, looking at the issues of pandemic, we understand the need for food security and the need for new types of public spaces, naturally ventilated, open public spaces. And it gave us an opportunity to rethink the future of cities. So in a post-pandemic city, we would then envision a new kind of nature-oriented public space that is made up of these modular structures, lightweight structures, that could allow residents and the community to enjoy their time, communal time in nature. So these are just some photos of how the structure, the pavilion, is being used during the festival. So let me just quickly share with you a video of the production process. Are you able to hear the sound?
Were you asking me? The
Are
sound?
you able to hear the sound from the video?
Oh yeah, we can hear it well. No. We don't hear anything from the video. This is a video. I didn't know that. Calvin, if you're not allowed
Yes.
to listen to the voice, the sound from the video, you have to pull out your the headgear. Then because of that one, nothing comes out of it. You are the only one who can actually listen to it. We cannot.
I see. I guess it's fine, bro. Just enjoy the video without the sounds.
You look like, really enjoying the video. Yes.
So I can just talk through. So we really conceive this entire structure as a living structure where plants would grow in it, and also a space together to rest, to have a chat with your friends. And this is really an overview of the entire structure. So after looking at housing, food production, new types of nature-oriented public spaces, let's look at the adaptability of retail malls. I think another issues problem that COVID-19 revealed is the very rapid decline of shopping malls in Singapore. In fact, all around the world, where with the rise of online marketplaces, of online delivery, what is the role of these physical mall spaces? And so, and especially during the pandemic, malls are shut, and everyone gets their groceries, their products through online services. How then do we regenerate these malls? I think that's another important aspect to consider when we think about cities of the future, right? It's a city will become a derelict land if these malls become disused. Hence, we also started embarking on a piece of research to rethink the future of these malls in Singapore. This is part of the Design Singapore Council, Good Design Research Program. So Design Singapore Council is actually an umbrella organization under the Economic Development Board of Singapore. And to really, our research really tries to rethink the economic offering of these malls post-pandemic. And also from an architectural design perspective, how can we repurpose these malls so that they can be much more environmentally friendly, and also that takes into account the well-being, the need for safe distance as a result of the pandemic. So there are 218 shopping malls in Singapore, and because of the pandemic, it also reduced the rise of importance of neighborhood malls as the radius of our travel reduces. We don't go to the central area, we don't go to the CBD anymore. Our area of commute has been rapidly shrunken down to 5 to 10 minutes radius, and hence the neighborhood malls becomes very important. And what's interesting about this is that shortly before the pandemic, in February 2020, the Paris mayor, Anne Hidalgo, announced her re-election campaign by calling for a 15-minute city where Paris would become a series of neighborhoods where they would become very self-sufficient. And you see the article on the right on the Financial Times that it was published at the height of the pandemic, where the title states, "Welcome to the 15-minute city." So it's no longer just an election campaign by the Paris mayor, but rather it became a reality that because of the pandemic, our circle of commuting radius has shrunken down to the 15-minute city, and hence cities, neighborhoods need to be very self-sufficient. And what this means is that you do go about your daily life, your daily activities within this 15 minutes radius. You work, you live, you play, you shop within a 15 minutes radius. And that's really the crux of our research on the future of malls in Singapore. How can we reinvigorate some of these malls to really capture the cultural, economic, and ecological value in a way that these malls can be part of a livable, lovable, and future-ready neighborhoods. So in our research, we really wanted to look at the entire shopping mall ecosystem, looking at the architecture, the environment, and the cultural and economic offerings, so in a way that we can redefine them as key civic spaces in a post-pandemic world. So I would be glad to share more as we conclude the project in half a year's time. But right now, we have started analyzing the different types of shopping malls and the infrastructural opportunities for intervention. So finally, I would like to conclude by looking at the possibilities of a new type of city post-pandemic. So we look at housing, we look at food production, we look at malls, but now let's look at the city itself. What if we can design an entirely new city, a clean slate, like Songdo, right? In Korea, in Incheon. So we are currently involved in a concept master plan to redesign the Paya Lebar Air Base, which is one of a large air base in Singapore. It used to be the International Airport of Singapore, but when the International Airport moved to Changi, the Paya Lebar Airport became a military air base. So the military air base will move out by 2030, and hence we are part of the master planning team to look at the future of this entire 1,870 hectare site. It is really, historically, it is very interesting. It is the first second international airport Singapore has, or rather the first international airport post-independence. It is the site where it hosted the Concorde, which used to fly between Singapore and London in the 70s. It is full of heritage buildings. It has natural features, but at the same time, the entire site has a large industrial area. So we have been relooking at ways to master plan this entire area. But what is the key question is, what is the key to cities in 2050? What kind of cities do we want to envision to live in 2050? I think looking at the experience of living with COVID-19 pandemic, well-being becomes extremely important. And if we look at the triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity, I think it's important at the heart of it all is really about defining a well-being as we design cities of the future. So I won't, as this project is still currently under design, I won't share much more, but I would just like to give you a bit of context of why this project is extremely important for the future of Singapore. So if you look at the existing economic centers at the regional scale, the red shaded area is actually our project site. It's actually a large area of Singapore. It's very close to the northern economic belts, the eastern air hub of the Changi Airport, and so on. So it needs to play a very important economic function by 2050. But what if we start looking at well-being in terms of the natural landscape, right? The green habitats in the national scale. You start to observe that on the western and central part of Singapore, there are a lot of green spaces, natural forests, and so on. But on the eastern part, it's relatively lacking. So how do we integrate greenery, green habitats within our master plan, within the design of the city? What about the water catchment area? What about blue networks? How do we design, integrate blue networks within the city? But more importantly, how do we connect the existing new towns and neighborhoods surrounding the site by inviting them into this new Paya Lebar district? And this project really summarizes the cities of the future, or rather the desire to design a city for the future post-pandemic. So this project was born out of the pandemic, and because of the pandemic, it gives us a totally different way of conceiving how we live and work in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your great presentation, Calvin. Yes. Now let's have like a Q&A time and discussion. First, we have first question submitted in the online. Are you ready, Calvin?
Yes.
Okay. So I think this is from. Well, let me read it in Korean first, and then we'll translate it. So, 질문입니다. 구조물을 보니 제가 봤을 때는 아마 그 그린 아고라라고 하는 그 스트럭처 있잖아요. 푸드 프로덕션. 그 구조물을 보니 겨울에는 이용이 불가능하겠네요. 싱가포르 날씨가 어떻게 되는지 모르겠네요라고 질문을 하셨는데요. Okay, I think this one I can translate it with my limited English though. So, looks like the 신명인, he's the questioner. So when he look at the Green Agora video that you show us, right? And then looks like it's impossible to use that structure in the winter time. What is the weather like in Singapore? That was the question. Calvin.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think you have rightly pointed out that it can't be used during winter time. Singapore's weather is very hot and humid and wet. Temperature ranges between 24 to 35 degrees Celsius annually. So we don't have winter. So the main thing so within a hot, humid, tropical weather climate, plants grow very quickly, and hence the entire structure was designed with the steel mesh in a way to allow creepers to grow. And hopefully in a year's time, the entire enclosure of the structure will disappear. It will be filled with plants and greenery. And hence, it's because of the tropical hot and humid weather, it's also designed in a way to allow maximum natural ventilation to flow. And the cantilever part of the green agora was designed in a way to keep the sun out of the pavilion to create a much more shaded environment.
Okay, that was a great answer. So we have clear 4 seasons. That's why the question came out, right? So yeah, quite interesting. That looks a great structure, but however, can you actually apply the same structure to our the environmental condition? It's quite questionable. So that's why the Shin Myung-in that he asked the question. Thank you so much for your kind answer. Okay. Hang on a minute. I think I need translator at this one. Okay, so he actually has subsequent question, a follow-up question for you. It's getting excited. So now, his question is, 덥고 습한 것으로 자연 환기가 가능한가요? So, humidity, 자연 환기. 그냥 진행합니까? Okay, so hot weather and also humidity in your country. So actually, really hot and humidity too. You already mentioned that. So is it possible natural? What do you call it? 자연환기를 뭐라고 해야 되죠? Natural ventilation. Is it possible to have natural ventilation through hot and hot temperature and then humidity?
Yes, certainly. I think if you look at tropical architecture, if the main characteristics of tropical architecture is defined by a large roof and houses elevated on stilts. So if you look at the long houses on Borneo Island, I think it's very evident that tropical architecture allows natural ventilation by lifting off the ground, and that encourages airflow both through cross ventilation and a rising stack effect. So in terms of designing the green agora for a temperate condition, it is still possible, but of course there will be more layers to the structure. It wouldn't just be a single layer of shelter of skin where it provides natural ventilation. You need to create different thermal or climatic zones. So you have the medium zone where it's semi hot and semi cold during the colder seasons, which can be then opened up during summer to allow more natural ventilation, but closed during winter to create a thermal buffer. So I think it's at the end of the day, the green agora is really a concept for a new type of public space that's nature oriented. But of course, depending on the climatic conditions, we would design it in a slightly different way. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So because since you mentioned that one while you are answering the first question, you mentioned that natural ventilation is possible through the heat and also humidity coming from the plants inside the structure. That's why he actually asked the question. Okay. So do you have any question, by the way, in the here? Please raise your hands if you do not. Do you have any discussion questions?
Thank you, Kevin. I was very impressed by your presentation. My question is concerning a little bit basic problem of your city, Singapore. Unfortunately, I've never been to Singapore yet, but as far as I was told, the great portion of economy of Singapore consists of mass tourism, right? So I think so far, the city structure of Singapore is intended to attract the mass tourism. That's my opinion. I don't know my opinion is right or not, but after COVID-19, the mass tourism seems to be almost impossible. So how the restructuring plan of Singapore to address this problem, the declining of mass tourism. As far as I understand your presentation, your plan seems to be very innovative, but according to traditional view of architecture, it seems to be less commercial, right? So Singapore is really a global commercial city. So I think your plan might be some kind of conflict with some commercial group. Yeah. So that's my question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So two questions. First question about tourism in Singapore. To some extent, yes. Tourism in Singapore, there's mass tourism in Singapore. It has been quite a big part of Singapore's offering. But at the same time, I think it's important to note that tourism itself doesn't take up a large percentage of our GDP as compared to some other countries that really rely on tourism for their GDP growth, right? But I think looking at tourism itself, I think apart from mass tourism, another type of tourism that is very big in Singapore is business tourism or MICE, right? Meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. So there's a lot of business travel to Singapore, and you could also see the transformation of the tourism slogan from Uniquely Singapore, which is mainly targeted at mass tourists, to Passion Made Possible, which is much more targeted at potentially business travelers, where Singapore would become a hub for businesses, right? Yes, I think the travel industry has been badly hit. The question is, will it recover? I have no idea. I think that's a question for the tourism board or the policymakers to respond to. But I think based on my own observation is that I think we are definitely doubling down on MICE and also hosting events. So for example, I think that the Bloomberg New Economy Forum is going to take place in Singapore. There were plans for the World Economic Forum to take place in Singapore last year, but unfortunately it got cancelled due to COVID-19 restrictions. And increasingly, I think we have recently launched a partnership to bring the Milan Design Festival or Salone to Singapore next year. All these are part of the recovery process, and you start to see that a lot of these targeted forms of tourism are related to businesses, right? For the different industry sectors. I think that's important to note, right? And perhaps that has always been Singapore's strategy, and because of the pandemic, I think it somewhat forces us to gravitate towards business travel much more than catering to mass tourism, at least for the next 1 to 2 years. In terms of the commercial applicability for some of the projects, I think so. A lot of the projects that I've shared, I would say maybe two of the projects that I've shared, the research on worker dormitories and the Green Agora, those were started off as a project for design festivals, but at the same time, although although the project started off without any commercial value, right? But we are currently speaking to the Dormitory Association of Singapore in terms of dormitory design for factory converted dorms. So that itself is has an implication on how we design worker dormitories. In relation to the research on the future of malls, that is a research that's sanctioned by the Design Singapore Council, and that has an important value on the commercial value. I mean, I'm not talking about the architecture because it's a piece of research. We are more interested in redefining the retail mall ecosystem than to design a piece of architecture, because I think getting the fundamentals right for the future of malls in Singapore is more important than how it looks, right? Whether it can attract people. Although that's important, but that's down the value chain. And finally, I think for the master plan for the Paya Lebar airbase, I think it will set the tone for the economic development of Singapore in the next 30 years. So I think these projects, although I would say are not really architecturally defined, but they are more planning and more cities related. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Calvin. So we have the second question from Dr. Lee. Yeah, second Dr. Lee.
Well, we have too many Lees in Korea. Well, this question might relate to your answer for the second question, but I was looking at your slide, and you mentioned that there is a need for research to, say, identify, say, economical value, ecological value, and what else? What was the third one? Anyway, you need to make balance amongst the three value sets, so that
Planet, was it in
Yeah.
Planet?
Yeah. So that your project can deliver what's best for the people of Singapore. And I was wondering if you have any idea about this, a little bit more specific, and doing so, given the nature of projects, I can see that it's got not only public value but also private value as well. So it might relate to these funding issues, like what's the relationship of the role of government and the private sector of Singapore in these projects? That's my question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you've raised a very good point. I think there's always a discussion on the public-private partnership model in terms of development. I guess it's most clearly played out in both the master planning project and also the future of retail research, right? I guess we definitely need to rethink a new model. It's not so clear cut where a PPP project is just simply a co-funding between the states and the private sector. But I think we need to define new ways in which both the state and the private sector could come together to contribute to the triple bottom line, right, for people, planet, and prosperity. So specific examples, I think is really to question the issue of land, right? Land ownership and land lease. So I'm not sure whether you have the concept of the land lease, right, in Korea. So in Singapore, land is finite. A very small percentage of land is freehold. Most of the land has a lease attached to it, whether it's 20 years, 30 years, 60 years, 99 years, right? There's a length of the lease that's attached to that. So I think one of the initial discussions that we have had was to really determine the lease of the length of the land lease in a way to allow more ground-up initiative. Can we potentially design spaces for tactical urbanism, right? For smaller scale projects to develop over 1 to 3 year land period, so that the land price can be rented out at a relatively cheap rate, versus another piece of land that would be much more higher value. So I think these are some of the existing discussions that we are currently having with the authorities and also within the design team. How do we design a master plan that also takes into account issues of land ownership, because that has a strong implication on the amount of private participation in the development process. Specifically, I think perhaps the question shouldn't be about public versus private, but the scale, whether is it a small private landowner or developer versus a large-scale conglomerate developer that's developing the piece of land. So if we want to encourage small and medium enterprises, more entrepreneurs, we really need to think of ways to potentially lower the land cost, or to build pieces of infrastructure that can actually allow these smaller businesses and startups to actually grow and to potentially develop their land to. And that also relates to food production. I mean, I can go on, and that probably warrants a separate discussion altogether. But I think for us, it's more important to go beyond public-private, but to look at size. Can we actually allow the smaller players to have a stake in this game? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. So we have 2 more questions submitted in the chat. So the first one is from Dr. Kongo. So he said, okay, first he said, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. What then could you say if one needs to use this system in the area where there is winter? So that is question.
I would say probably I guess Dr. Kongo, you're referring to Green Agora, right? So I guess if the Green Agora were to be used in a winter area, it will probably be almost like a greenhouse, where it's more hermetically enclosed to protect from the winter temperatures, but of course it will be designed in a way to create multiple layers of zones with different thermal comfort, thermal conditions. But we have not really considered what kind of public space it will generate in a place with winter conditions. I think perhaps maybe that could be Green Agora version 2.0. Hopefully we get to test that in a winter country.
So we don't have a lot of time remaining. However, I will ask you one last question, okay? So it's also from the first questioner, Shin Myung-in. Let me read the question in Korean first, and then let me translate as much as possible. 동대문에 설치된 모듈형 설치 구조를 설계할 때 가장 어려웠던 문제는 무엇이었고 어떻게 해결하셨는지. 질문이 끝이 참 애매하지만, 예. Let me translate. So I didn't know that, Calvin, did you design a structure like a module type structure in Dongdaemun in South Korea, in Seoul? Did you design the structure, module style?
No, it was actually so basically the research on the worker housing and also the proposal for a modular structure was actually was initiated as part of, or rather, it is exhibited at the Seoul Biennale of Architecture and Urbanism, and the Biennale is currently ongoing at the DDP. Yeah, so we did not design a structure at Dongdaemun, but rather we contributed to the Biennale exhibition, which is at Dongdaemun Design Plaza.
Okay, so actually the question is actually, did you have any biggest challenges or difficulties you faced when you were just getting involved in that kind of project? That was the question. So well, let's move to the last one. I think I had the same question. So he was like curious about, is it quite risky and dangerous to have living spaces in the office? So what do you think about in the Corona-19 situation? So finally, so we need a social distance at the same time. You want to see the people. We are just handling two different things at the same time. I know you're struggling. I like your suggestion, but at the same time, we are quite sensitive to that kind of invasion to their personal distance a little bit at the same time. So what do you think?
Yes, that's a fascinating question, right?
I am fascinating. Yes, thank you.
That's really a fascinating question. Yeah, I mean, you've rightly pointed out it's challenging to design spaces right next to where you work, right? But I think that's where we would start to require design imagination, right? Like, and I think going back to the point that I made about sky gardens in Singapore public housing and the increasing need for third spaces, I think that's really to sum it all up, right? Is the need for third spaces. When we design spaces that are close to the working environment, they are not simply like a bedroom inside a factory. I think that is not what we want to achieve, right? We want to achieve third spaces, these third spaces where it's almost like a transitional zone between where you live and where you work. It's close enough, but there's a safe distance, and you will get to enjoy this space in a relatively safe and hygienic environment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so you just made me really want to visit Singapore. I never been to Singapore, but after Corona-19 and my newborn daughter is fully grown up, we will make a visit. And then I will pay special attention to structural designs and city plans. Thank you so much, Calvin.
Thank you very much. And just a quick note, the vaccinated travel lane between Singapore and Korea will open in the middle of November. So
yeah, you're more than welcome to visit here. I will be here until June next year. So
you're welcome to visit Singapore too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. No problem. The second presenter is Mr. Philo Alto. Philo Alto, are you ready there? Yes, hi. So nice meeting you. And then Mr. Philo Alto is the founder of Asia Value Advisors, AVA. It's a purpose-driven philanthropic capital advisory firm based in Hong Kong. So you are connected from Hong Kong, am I correct?
Yes, that's right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. So staying with us today. So his presentation topic is a trend in impact investing and ESG management in Asia. So are you ready, Mr.? Thank you. You may begin.
Yes. Okay, so thank you, Tay. And thanks everyone for having me and for inviting me to today's session. Before I begin, just want to check if my voice at this point at my current volume is, you guys can hear me okay?
Yes, it's good enough. And then, yes, Also,
Okay.
just let me give you some reminder. So since our format, we already structured the ways that 30 minutes presentation, after that, just followed up by the discussion time. So you want a more interaction while you're
Yes.
presenting. So please try to finish your presentation first, and we are going to have very active interaction right after that. Okay, thank you. You may begin.
Sounds good. Thank you. So really appreciate it. And what I wanted to do is the earlier presentation of Calvin, it is actually fascinating. And I think Singapore and Hong Kong, as it is there in Seoul at the moment, you have cities. We all, many of us live in cities. And what I wanted to do for the next 20 or so minutes is to put a placeholder overview of where things have been in the impact investing, philanthropy, and ESG space. So I will start, but I wanted to start sharing my screen just so that we won't have any surprises. I'll do this right now. Okay. Can you guys see these okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. Let me see. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, good. Okay, so my name is Philo Alto. I'm the founder of Asia Valley Advisors. Basically, I work with philanthropic players. By that, I mean institutional investors, family offices, corporate philanthropy arms, as well as family foundations. Also work with governments as well. But I wanted to make this as interactive as possible. And you can imagine our conversation today as going through an overview of like an Olympic size overview, but the depth of the swimming pool that we have is probably 1 foot deep. So it's broad, but relatively shallow. But I would like to share a few, placeholder points as to where we have been over the last decade, where we are now, and also where we could be given the challenges of sustainability and resilience that we have here. And I would be very, very interested to hear from and learn from the questions that you have there, because as the topic is very broad, I wanted to make this as useful and relevant to the audience and also to yourselves. And I also learn a lot from yourselves. And that's the first, that's a preamble. I also wanted to say that I've been to Seoul quite a number of times over the last few years, more to participate in some of your convenings as it relates to social innovation, as it relates to the city of Seoul, best practices for innovation. So I've actually been to your to the mayor's office and seen all the great work that the city has to be more responsive to this to the community, and happy to have further conversation at the point. But what I wanted to say is that we all want to learn from fellow cities and other cities. It's always feels like the grass is greener elsewhere. So we in Hong Kong would love to learn from and have learned from Singapore, learn from Seoul, learn from other cities around Asia. But it always feels like that we feel like we could do better in our respective cities or countries. So I just want to say that it is in the spirit of humility and learning that I'm sharing this trends in impact investing and ESG management in Asia, because it is a very broad topic. And we all know that the sustainability challenges that we face today is here and now. At the same time, it is going to impact on our next generation and also on our next generation to come. So happy to hear the questions and also exchange ideas with your team. With that, I would like to have a handoff from Calvin's presentation to my presentation and go through basically the session agenda. First part, I will go through a landscape, and I chose a decade, past decade, because it shows the evolution of the discussion of intentionality for social impact, starting probably in 2007, when the term impact investing was coined by the Rockefeller Foundation convening at Bellagio. And I'm happy to discuss a bit more of that evolution as it relates to the region. And second, then I will talk about the current situation in Asia, pre-pandemic and also post-pandemic. And I can also go to a deeper dive as it relates to a Hong Kong case study. I could speak for longer than 30 minutes, but I will not do that. So I will keep it high level at this point, and then in the subsequent Q&A moderated discussion, I can actually show the Hong Kong case study. And the third is as it relates to future challenges and opportunity for ESG management, impact investing, philanthropy, venture philanthropy, and how cross-sector collaboration can and will be effective for tomorrow's next normal. We are not playing with a play of words as to what is new normal or next normal, but I just want to say that what we are facing today in the current pandemic situation and how each city and country is responding differently, and also how the pandemic is unfolding differently. Singapore, South Korea, Hong Kong, China, Philippines, what have you, each has different level and states of evolution. It varies. And this new normal is still very not normal. It's still very destabilizing. And at some point, it's going to move to a more, I guess, a more balanced equilibrium. And that's what I call the next normal. And it is my hope that through our conversation today and through your sessions yesterday and today, that we can have more courage to rethink and have the opportunity to even visualize that we can recreate and rethink the next normal from the new normal. So I'll go into that a bit further. With that, I'd like to show a short video. I hope it works here. This is a conference that my organization, Asia Value Advisors, was engaged by the Hong Kong Jockey Club in Hong Kong for hosting or convening this Philanthropy for Better Cities conference. And even though the topic is about philanthropy, the players involved in this process cuts across different sectors. And we engaged Professor Michael Porter, who was proponent of the shared value principles, which I can talk to as well. And wanted to show this as a starting point as we transition from Calvin's presentation to my presentation and followed by Rich's presentation. Let me see, I'll try this. Can you guys hear from your side?
Cities are, of course, where
Yes, we can. Could you just raise the volume, please?
Okay.
We have problems of affordable housing.
Yes, much better.
Okay, so this is the Adapted for Hong Kong. It was my organization that prepared the talking points of Professor Porter as it relates to Hong Kong.
Cities are, of course, where most people are going to already live and will be living over the decades ahead. We have problems of affordable housing. We have problems of health, environmental impact. Citizens who can't really participate.
May I pause you a little bit? Could you pause the? Is it video? So are we supposed to see the video at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see the video?
No, we cannot. So what you can do is you can go to the screen share, click it, and then you have to choose the video side.
Okay, the video side.
No, so you go to screen share button on the bottom of it.
Okay, hold on.
Or on the top, very top of it. Yeah. And
thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. So if you move your cursor to the center and the top of it.
Yep. New share.
Yeah.
This one.
No, video one. Yeah, you have to choose the video. Oh yes, please. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Enlarge the enlarge the.
Let me do that. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. I sort of knew something was
wrong. You can give me $10 anytime. Okay. Thank you. So you're ready.
It's ready? Can you hear me? Can you see this?
Yes, wonderful.
Can you see this?
We have problems.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. We have problems of health.
You can hear it as well, right?
Citizens who
just maximize the volume, so that will actually help us to.
Problems in virtually every.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
We need a conversation that cuts across the sectors. There's a variety of institutions in society that can solve these kind of problems. And I think this forum will really cast a real sharp spotlight on the role of philanthropy. How do philanthropists create value, not just give money? How do foundations, as organized philanthropists, leverage their unique strengths and skills? And how can philanthropists and foundations play a catalytic role in bringing the various actors together? So I very much look forward to being with all of you in September. I couldn't be more committed to the importance of the question that we will be discussing and the solutions that I hope all of you will become part of.
Okay, you guys can hear that. Now I will turn this off And I will show my, go back to my screen. Can you see this screen?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, wonderful.
so you can see the session agenda, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay, so let me, I showed that slide number one to demonstrate that over the last 5 years or so, there was more intentionality in Hong Kong for cross-sector efforts and action towards finding solutions, whether through business philanthropy, whether through foundations, or even from government policy. So that is the context there. But let me step back 10 years ago, which is the trends in Asia. As you all know or can recall, the global financial crisis, which we all remember in 2007 onward to 2010 or so, it created a lot of rethinking, both among businesses, policymakers, individuals, and also social sector players alike, as to how their role is contributing to where the situation is currently. And so as a result of that, people's careers, including my career, I was in investment banking before coming here, before being involved in this space. We all revisited what are the different assumptions we have. And I would call this a breaking of silos. Silos of the corporate world, silos of understanding business models, capitalism, teaching and practicing businesses, what have you. These silos were gradually broken. And also individuals who thought that they can make money first, and then afterwards they start giving out on the later part of their career or vice versa. This doesn't seem to be working as such. So there's this breaking of silos post global financial crisis. At the same time, the discussion of social entrepreneurship and social innovation became more prominent. When I was in business school just over 20 years ago, the top choices for business clubs for extracurricular activities have been management consulting and finance, and I was in the finance track. NGO support and what have you, these are literally, it's less than 10%. Of the student population. Fast forward to maybe 2008, 2009, the number of students participating in business clubs as it relates to social entrepreneurship exceeded 50%. And it's almost neck and neck with management consulting, investment banking. So as you can see here, the demand side interest in the younger generation for entrepreneurship and being intentional about the social and environmental impacts of their actions, whether as an entrepreneur or working within an organization, is becoming more prevalent. And I will, I won't speak too much to this because I understand Rich will be speaking to this after my session, but I just want to highlight that demand side point. The third is, as it relates to impact investing, is that there is a more intentionality amongst institutional players and family offices in looking at impact investing, whether on a standalone basis or as an additional lens by which they look at their investing. You probably will recall in the past the buzzwords were SRIs, sustainable responsible investing, you have sustainable finance. And then afterwards, during that time, financial crisis, you start hearing about the word venture philanthropy and also trying to do good and do well. And this is what I call the development and the supply side of the capital deployment side. And I'd love to have a deeper dive on this one, but I just want to use that as an initial starting point for our conversation. The fourth trend is as it relates to impact ecosystem emerging in Asia. I was on the front row seat of this development in Asia. In 2013, we were approached by the Rockefeller Foundation to curate this conference called the Impact Investing Forum, where Hong Kong was the host for East and Southeast Asia to understand the landscape for impact investing. There were 4 themes that came out of this. Number one is how do we further catalyze demand, which is the social enterprises, the NGOs, and the individual players who are using philanthropically motivated capital to do good and do well. The second one is supply side. What are the different channels and tools by which social innovation can be deployed for developmental needs, and also social needs, and even environmental needs. So you probably have heard of the social impact bonds. You have development impact bonds. You have also pay for success instruments. All of these are discussed at that point. This was 2013. And the third item here is policy. What are the policy drivers and also hindrances that is facilitating or stopping the development of the impact investing space? So that was one of the development there, because you cannot develop an impact investing or even ESG landscape if there is no coordination and maturity in the ecosystem. So that's the third part. And the last part, which I would like to touch on in the subsequent slide, is called IMM, or the Impact Measurement and Management matrix. And linking to your conference, which is the digital transformation, I would say that 10 years ago, impact measurement was purely a discussion point. But fast forward to today, so much has progressed, simply because data is way more available now, both on the output side as well as the outcome side. And I can talk to that a bit more later on. But you can see that the development of the impact ecosystem is not just one player who is heroic, who wants to be a change maker, but also it's the whole ecosystem of players who are supporting and also defining impact in a way that resonates with other stakeholders. I'll stop there for now. The last point I would like to say is that when the SDGs were communicated in 2015 onward, replacing the MDGs, Millennium Development Goals, it actually spurred the development of the impact ecosystem even further. And I call this a language translator, wherein it's able to identify and articulate how impact is defined similarly or differently across different sector and also disciplines. And because of that, more and more players and stakeholders are able to translate their work within the lens and from the lens of the SDGs. Okay. Tay, just want to check in because I cannot see the screen. Is it okay? Am I moving too fast, or should I slow down?
I think it's okay, but you may want to take a little pauses then when you just finish the first. Yes, so slightly faster, it's good for me, but for the audience, you may want to slow down a little bit. But you're good. Still, you're good.
Yes.
So far,
okay.
Awesome. Okay.
Sounds good, because I really want to get to the discussion point, but these are placeholder points for us to have a deeper conversation, because this is a very shallow pool, but the size of the swimming pool is Olympic size. Okay.
Yes, I agree. I can see that. Yes, I'm just writing a lot of notes. Trust me.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll try to be quick and concise, because there's a lot of grounds to cover, but it has to be useful for the audience. Okay. So the next slide here is, I only have a few slides, so don't worry. The last 5 years pre-COVID is that there has been a blurring of lines across sectors, and there's also an increased activities across sector in terms of partnerships. And the reason why that is the case is when the SDGs were were communicated, people were finally able to quantify the amount of funding needs that can address the development challenges that can cover the sustainability gap by 2030. And by some measures, and this vary from research to research, they basically said about 1.5 to 2 trillion US dollars per year of funding gap collectively. And that, when I say collectively, you're talking about government, private sector, philanthropy, and the different players. All of those are still insufficient to reach to cover the funding gap. That's the first point. Our second point, as it relates to that, is that even the biggest player here would be businesses. And I think I'd like to link that into ESG management and creating shared value later on in our subsequent conversation. But it shows the need amongst the different sectors that whatever is currently being done, whether defined as philanthropy or reimagining capitalism to make it a bit more equitable, a bit more equal, or what have you, and that's a separate conversation altogether, it's still not enough to cover the funding gap. At the same time, we are very aware, acutely aware of the pandemic situation that first started as a contagion, but because of how the system is working globally, we're in nationally working policies and frameworks is not optimized for global issues like the pandemic. The contagion has turned into a pandemic, number one. And number two is extreme weather risks as it relates to, water scarcity, as it relates to severe weather impacting on low-level areas, and also the warming weathers, impacting on the glaciers, what have you, and the carbon, all of those are big topics. It means that even if we do everything right, we fix capitalism, we try to tweak things, arrange policies, get everyone to collaborate, it's still not enough. And so what it means is that it's a good opportunity for us to rethink and reimagine what is the future we want to live in that will adapt to and embrace these resiliency risks that we will be facing over the next 10 to 50 years as such. Okay, so that's the first point. That's a rather long. I'll be very quick in the second and the fourth points. Second one, as I mentioned, SDGs is becoming increasingly used as a lens for action, and that's great because more and more of the players, whatever role that they play, whether government, what have you, private sector, public sector, they're all linking their work as it relates to the SDGs, not necessarily following SDGs as such, but understanding how and where it lies directly or indirectly. That's the second point. The third point is there's emergence of new tools and approaches. ESG was not at all popular outside of the finance field, but increasingly you have creating shared value, and that's why we invited Professor Michael Porter to be in Hong Kong in 2016 to talk about why having a shared value mindset will enable the intentionality of social and environmental cost factors to be priced in to business models so that new opportunity, new business model, new innovation can be spurred that will address social issues, at the same time scale the business. So that's another sector altogether. I'm happy to discuss that in depth, but ESG has evolved way faster as well, moving from a business compliance requirement to integral strategy. So it's not either or, but it's really complementary. And the last point as it relates to this is that there are so many models, tools, and metrics that is popping up. All of them are good. And sometimes people are confused saying that, which one should I use? Should I use SROI? Should I use this? Should I use that? But eventually all of these are good. It's leading towards greater standardization, and digital transformation has enabled this type of clarity and quantification, both on the grounds up as well as top down as well. I'll go into that as a deep dive. So where we are today, today I call it the new normal, and it's like we've seen this. I don't have to go in depth, but COVID-19 and climate emergency have both exacerbated existing challenges, structural challenges that confronts people and planet, as well as how profit is being generated. So it's front and center today. Similarly, we also talk about ESG management, impact investing, and creating shared value becoming integral tools and approaches to operate and invest today. And so just so that we won't be stuck with terminologies as to what's this, what's that, the basic nutshell of all of these tools and buzzwords is that we think about business models today, we think about investing today with the future generation in mind. I think if we collectively approach our activities, our careers, our way of operating businesses, investing our assets towards intentionality for the future, it definitely enables the internalization of the social and environmental footprint that we have been externalizing for many years, and that's more from an academic definition perspective, happy to discuss more. Third point here is today's new normal is nowhere near equilibrium. And therefore, going back to building back better, whatever buzzwords we use, it is not gonna get us to where we will be positioned going forward. And it is an opportunity for us to rethink our mindsets, our business models, rethink about well-being, about how it is to live in society, as Calvin has presented in his earlier presentation, so that we can reimagine and reshape and recreate the next normal. And I think that there's no better time to do this than now, because the political capital to make change is present today. People need to move forward and to get to the next stage. And the last point here is we can talk about the future of workplace. The younger generation today who are in the room learning about the different subjects that they would like to take, and the courses and the jobs that they would like to have after graduating, nurturing the next generation talent in the context of a much more volatile environment, and also building purpose-driven careers to find meaning in in what they do while making a positive difference. This is what the younger generation, who will be the future leaders of our society, is talking about, and we can discuss that in depth. Lastly, as we move forward, as hopefully we can start inspiring some questions for us to have discussion. I would love to learn from the audience and also from the questions as well, is that digital transformation will continue to mainstream ESG practices as well as impact investing approaches. That's a given. And the data points that we currently have is still very early stage and premature. But over time, as more and more companies, whether private or public, start measuring their social and environmental footprints, the data becomes much more mature. You then can have AI and blockchain technologies be applied to social issues, less in terms of direct application, but more in terms of providing stability and providing integrity and assurance that the impact that the investor or the company claims that they're creating through their products and services is indeed creating a positive impact and not just sugarcoating what they call the impact washing. We can discuss that as well. The second point here is common language translation for impact measurement is going to spur new cross-sector collaboration, new social innovation, and new business models as framed by one or more of the SDGs. We still cannot see the developments. We are seeing signs of new initiatives, new models, new companies, especially in fintech, health tech, what have you. But the underlying development, which will further spur this growth, is more on the infrastructure side, in the reporting side, on the policy side, wherein there are initiatives starting with the academia space, where they're developing metrics for impact-weighted accounting. I can discuss that in detail at our discussion point. And the last one is urgency to reimagine how we live, work, and play in today's new normal. We have to do it today, because it is laying the groundwork as to how the future cities will look like. Future cities as to how do we prepare for the next contagion, so that the contagion will not turn into a pandemic. We will be able to embed that best practices and learn along the way, rather than predict where how the virus will mutate going forward. So those are my slides. I'll leave this to open discussion, but hopefully those are enough placeholder points for us to have a conversations on. I'll stop there. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So you are right on time. I was about to stop your presentation, but you already cut yourself. Thank you so much. So let me take some questions if you have any, if you may have one. Anyone? So,
can I see the audience as well? I mean, my screen is, yeah, good. This is good. I can see it better.
That's not.
Should I? Okay.
As far as I understand, I mean, that's not the way they said it. But however, they will just move the camera to show that.
Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay.
So before we just, they're really sitting really far away from me. So before deliver the microphone to her, so let me ask the simple question for you. So you just talk about when you measure the outcomes of it, you talk about output side, also outcome side, are they different concept?
Yes, this is obviously not a input output and social impact class. So I'm not a professor, so I would not. But in simplest terms, the term around the impact investing or measuring impact, or philanthropy theory of change, is that when we measure our activities as it relates to whatever it is, whether investing, charity, or company producing their products and services, these are the outputs, the KPIs, the outputs. However, outcomes is more about what is the intentionality of impact? What is the social outcome that you seek to generate and create? And so when you decide to create, for example, a benefit corporation, or create products and services that intentionally touches on, serves the underserved population by lowering prices for goods and products that to serve more, the outcome is empowering more and more communities, underserved communities, who would otherwise find that commercially available products and services are too prohibitively expensive for them. So the outcome and the output is, the outcome is empowerment and ability to have access to products and services. And the output is the intentionality of setting up products and services that are available and useful for the end users. So those two are quite different. And right now, technology and data, through digital transformation, we're able to measure the outputs. But over time, as data becomes much more sophisticated, as the data becomes more available, we can always start having metadata and thematic areas that can be touched on, reaching one or more of the SDGs. That's the outcome. So I'll stop there for now, but these are, it's a good question, but it's something that we sometimes confuse one for the other.
It's well answered, actually. You can call yourself professor. Yes. So we have now the question. Could you introduce yourself, who you are, and then you can just ask a question directly to Mr. Alto.
Oh, great. I'm not really used to that. Thank you so much, Mr. Alto. It's very nice to meet you, and thank you for your inspiring presentation so far. My name is Livia. I'm the Korean intern at Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom here in Korea. And I'm wondering, because you said like you wanted to provide the case study for Hong Kong. As the founder of this company for Asia Value Advisors, I would like to hear your stand on like, how do you as the CEO of your company actually pursue your ESG management, in a sense, when it comes to like this very advanced city, country like Hong Kong is so known for this very advanced approach in companies in general. What can others learn from your approach? Are you pursuing this very digital workspace, or do you believe that your employees should go back to the office? Is it just shared workspaces in the future, or will you maintain the very traditional company structure? Maybe it's very concrete, but I'm curious. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for your question. So I'll answer two ways, and maybe I can also go for the Hong Kong case study if we do have time, because it's just a few slides anyway. The first is, so my organization is an intermediary. So I don't need a very big team. It really depends on the nature of work that I'm engaged in. And so, for example, the work that my firm has been commissioned by the Hong Kong Jockey Club to do, that I was able to enlist a number of project consultants and volunteer consultants to help out in discrete aspects of the work. But sometimes some other aspects of my work is on an advisory basis. And in the past, I would need to travel to client site outside of Hong Kong, but because of the pandemic, it's good and bad. I could do this remotely now, whereas in the past that wasn't possible. So I think just like everyone doing running their businesses, it's really specific to the needs, and then one needs to be agile on that front. So that's the first point. The second one is as it relates to applying, practicing what I sort of preach. Well, as an advisor, I would say that each individual and each company or organization, even government as such, have relevant KPIs or outputs that you would like to hold yourself accountable to. While data is important, while being able to quantify and measure one's footprint in doing what they do is important. I always say to my clients and also my peers that we should not let the data be a stumbling block for the intentionality of impact, because by definition, impact is very personal, is very subjective to the individual or the organization. But the outputs that you generate from your work is objective. So I think making sure that as long as you're able to ground your outputs and what you're achieving to measurable and quantifiable and verifiable impacts, that is fine. But as it relates to whether you and your work and your personal purpose is aligned to the good that you would like to have on the planet, on society, and what have you, that is very personal. So everyone has a different, everyone take on that. I'll stop there on that. Tay, I can show the slides for Hong Kong if you think that is useful, but to make it a bit more concrete. But your call. If there are other questions,
my call. How much do you want to bet? So hang on a minute. How long? Well, 그냥 할까요? 그러면은 뭐 share 하고 싶다는데. You can share it. So if you want to show it more, it's
Okay.
details. Yes.
Yeah, I'll make it in 2 minutes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I can see the slide, right? Can you see the slides here?
Enlarge it. Yes.
Okay, you can see. Okay. I think. Oh yeah, I see this chat box. I'll try to turn this off. Okay. I just want to show the question and earlier. I think this Lydia. I hope I did not mispronounce your name. Is that we all think that there's good in every city and every country has their good and bad. And Hong Kong, the marketing is Asia's world city, but in reality, just like let me see how. Okay, I thought I could move this, but turns out I couldn't move. Okay, here, then I can. So Hong Kong, similar to many cities in Asia, you have poverty amidst affluence. The caged homes in Hong Kong, the rent that they're paying on a per square feet basis is more than some of what higher income level families are paying. So it's very expensive to be poor in Hong Kong. So the inequality issues is there. I wanted to show 3 slides here, which is that as Hong Kong and different cities and countries look at their respective issues, it's always important and helpful to frame one's work and one's impact across the broader social ecosystem. And my work identified this research. This research was done 8 years ago. It's called Mind the Gap. Gap. Why do we call gap? Because we all think that our respective silos, whether companies, government, charities, what have you, are doing great, but there's always gap in between sectors. And so we spoke with different stakeholders, identified what their needs and priorities and what they think are ways forward. And we spoke with different sectors, corporates, nonprofits, intermediary, academia, family foundations, social enterprise, corporate foundations. And so all of those impact on the ecosystem. The trick here is how and where your respective hat or organization, because each of us wear different hats, affect the impact ecosystem. And the findings that we had 8 years ago was the need for more cross-sector collaboration, more partnerships, and also enabling social finance tools. We eventually, I'll skip this part proposition, but this is the final slide, which is, it was a surprise to everyone in the report that the need to go forward is to have more cross-sector dialogue, more collaboration, and greater transparency and accountability. And to have this, the digital transformation has moved, the needle as it relates to enables these things to happen. So hopefully that gives an insight that we are not alone in feeling that we can do better towards good, and with the role of technology and the role of greater collaboration. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, that was one of my questions. Could you show us the real cases? We already show it. Why is it?
I think there's an echo right now.
Okay. No echoing. Still echoing.
아, 저쪽에서 에코.
I think other can put themselves on mute, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so it's solved. Thank you.
Okay,
So
thank you.
there's another question from the online. Yeah, this. So again, it's he's the same person who asked a lot of questions, which we love it. So do not mind. Okay, just don't, never mind. So you can ask us a lot of questions. So he maybe this is a finance focused topic. That's why some of the audience, including myself, could not fully understand your presentation. However, so typically we think about investment in business or corporation, right? So his question is that, is there any cases investing in the education? So.
Right. I'm looking at this. So you're not referring to this question by Talitha, right? You're talking about investing in education. Is that your question?
Is there any cases invest in education beside a business and then corporation?
Yes. Short answer is yes. Education technology is becoming even more mainstream going forward. And if you extrapolate forward, many of the new startups these days, whether they fall within the fintech space, health tech space, ed tech space, you'll have more of this. But all of those are enabled by technology and enabled by the mainstreaming of technology. Number one. Number two is there's more as it relates to the SDGs, the inclusion, whether financial inclusion, whether equitable access to education. That's also inclusion. Those things are popping up. As it relates to your specific question about education, how startup companies look at their business models is that they don't start with the SDGs as a starting point. They don't even call themselves social enterprise. They don't even call themselves as impact enterprises. They start with a problem in mind, and with the COVID and also with the challenges with online learning and also remote learning, these have opened up opportunities for new business models to flourish. So they, whoever is coming up with new startup for ed tech, it's always with solving a pain point and then how they can leverage and scale their business models through that. I think that's really how it is, and they don't even call themselves as impact investment, ready company. They just basically will pitch through and present their business models to would-be angel investors and what have you.
So I actually had a second question. It's a simple one. Is there any index for the ESG, like a single index for ESG, or is it multidimensional ESG index?
There are a lot these days. You have the I think the social progress index. I think you can Google that. That's one. It's a multi-dimensional index. There's also, from a development space side, Human Development Index, I think with United Nations as well. As it relates to ESG as well, there are also indices that are currently available and also in under construction. So there are already many of these types of indices. It's just going to improve over time. The question really is, some people and some sector will adopt one over the other, and there's no right or wrong, or as long as it works, and as long as people can translate how an index translates to another sector, it's all good.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was my question too, because as I'm academic professor, so. But even though it's not my expert area. So it's another question. You can see in the chat the windows as well. It's from Indonesia, I think. Could you move up the, I cannot see the first line. So it's from Talitha from Indonesia. In the next new normal, there is a change. There is a change in business models. As you mentioned, there are some companies that are rethinking about it. I want to ask about what kind of business model that is going work in the future. Okay, how can you manage the financial in an effective way? As of Corona, there is also financial issue in many companies that through bankrupt through bankruptcy. So I can to know your opinion. Thank you so much.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I tried to answer this Talitha's question in my earlier response. Is that there are new pain points and future pain points that present itself with COVID and the future COVIDs of the touch wood, future contagions. And hopefully they don't turn into pandemics. So from a business model perspective, many of these models will emerge as digitization become more prominent, as the mainstreaming adoption, stability of Wi-Fi or 5G, 4G, depending on where one is. And of course, with the support and cooperation, collaboration across different countries, as long as we're able to get over the hump of data privacy and all of the hacking, all of this stuff, issues, as long as regulation is able to catch up, there will be business models that will come up, and there will always be a backlash later on if some organization or company goes too far in monetizing and then exposing, privacy, all of this stuff. That is part and parcel of creative destruction, as well as creating new value through new business models. So it's not for me or anyone to know where and how this would lie in, but I would simply say that as long as new pain points emerge and as new technology become more mature, you will have the future Ubers of the world that will emerge, because data becomes much more accessible, quicker and more stable. That will come out that was not even possible in the past. Like Uber will not even be available maybe a few years before it actually started, if not for certain basic stability issues or connectivity issues that have been reached. There's always a tipping point to new things. So I think that's the short answer to the question. Hope that helps.
Thank you so much. So let me toss the mic to the discussion. Do you have any other? Oh, think so. Do I have to walk all the way to? So. Make yourself come down here, and then you can answer the question directly to Mr. Alto. No, she has mic.
Or should I come down?
No, you don't have to.
Okay. So can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, thanks so much for your presentation. And wait, can you even see me now? Amazing.
I can see the. Yeah. Okay, now I can see.
Oh, now
I
see myself there. Okay,
yes.
Perfect.
Hi.
Okay, thanks so much for your presentation. And as you mentioned the word impact washing, I was actually wondering if you think that companies or investment houses should do more with regards to like ESG and the United Nations goals, because like right now, a lot of investment houses, for example, like BlackRock, they already focus a lot on ESG, but do you think there's enough going on right now, or is there like a lot more progress needed in order for like better investment decisions? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I'll try to keep my answer short. It's always good to. I think the development in the ESG space and also the impact space and the mainstreaming as such, where you have the BlackRocks of the world, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, the different investment banks and also investment firms, more intentionally having ESG component to their practices. They call it the investing for impact, not necessarily impact investing. All of these buzzwords, they're actually real, and that's not necessarily a buzzword anymore. There is definitely some element and component of impact washing, and I would say that it is not necessarily a bad thing that you have more of these impact washing and greenwashing. And the reason why I say that is that it is a very natural evolution of any new, movement to mature. Impact investing is now a practice. It's an approach. It's an investment. Approach to things. It's no longer a movement that it was maybe 10 years ago. As a result, you will always have one or two organizations or funds or investors who purely is there for the money in terms of piggybacking where the funds were easier for them to fundraise. And one or two of them may fall, or one or two of them may crash. It is actually a good thing. It's no different from the evolution of microfinance 3 decades ago, wherein it first started with an idea by Muhammad Yunus. Then afterwards, you have a few, as it scaled, there are always one or two scandals that happen. But these scandals are actually good because it actually helps regulators and regulation to play catch up to ensure that due diligence and also being understanding how to grow the market while safeguarding people who may not necessarily qualified or who might be affected by it will be protected. The same goes with impact investing and the approach to investing with impact. This is actually a good development. And I think whatever it is, it's not just jumping the bandwagon, but really understanding what you're trying to get yourself into, and understanding that it's first and foremost investing method, and then secondly, you then see whether there is the impact intentional, doesn't make sense or not, then you can choose accordingly. But it's a very different to think about investing as opposed to philanthropy, for example. Those are two very different skill sets and different approaches to creating value, the social environmental value.
Is there any other question? Did he answer your question? Okay, she's highly satisfied, Mr. Alto. I have second question. How long typically? What's the typical length of time until you expect the actual outcome of your impact investment?
Right, it varies. Impact is always in the eyes of the beholder. So if you are an investor or a donor to a homeless shelter, and you provide funding and the food for someone overnight, the length is 1 night overnight. Get that person past the night, and then hopefully that person will find employment the next day or find a shelter, what have you. That's a support. If you're speaking to venture philanthropists or venture capital firms, it usually mirrors the time horizon of their investment cycle, 5 to 7 years, what have you. So, and then if you look at, for example, governments where they would like to scale, solutions for employment, for what have you, and then they ask impact investors to join in, they probably will have a time horizon that's maybe 2 years, 3 years, because it also mirrors their own funding cycle as well. Because as you know, for democratic, countries, you have an election cycle of 4 years to 6 years. And sometimes when you define impact and also quantify success, it's also within the political cycle as well. So it really varies, and different players will collaborate for different reasons and for different time horizons. It varies person to person, industry to industry, and also, I guess, organization to organization.
So now, do you have any questions? Okay, from the Dr. Lee on the right side of mine. Okay,
this side. Okay, I have a couple of questions. One is that when we look at companies, we see the companies are in different stages of, say, implementing, understanding ESG. Some of them are still suffering with the concept of CSR.
Yes.
And oftentimes companies try to do something about CSV. But
Yes.
then other companies is really push hard to do ESG kind of innovations in their companies. And my question is, would you have any suggestions to those companies that are fell behind in these changes? That's the first question. And my second question is about mainstreaming of demand side. And you said students are more interested in developing their careers in social entrepreneurship or innovation.
Yep.
And as I see it in Korea, I see that more students are interested in this, but still we have a long way to go.
Yep.
And then I was wondering what you're thinking when you said this is the mainstreaming of the demand side, especially unless you have jobs paying better or jobs closely connected to your inner purpose,
Yes.
so to speak. Is it a combination of the two, or is it one or the other, or what's your observation?
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the second and then move on to the first one. As it relates to careers and also job choices for students who want to make some of them who want to make a difference, it varies from person to person, but collectively, as it relates to the courses that they're taking, I guess I'm speaking to the converted here, is that there are more and more students who are taking courses and wanted to take a practical case courses as it relates to social entrepreneurship, as it relates to field studies and what have you. So that is, I've observed through my 10 years of practice doing this and working with the interns and also project consultants, that there is a genuine interest to understand where things are. They will still go to banking or consulting or professional services firms for a few of them, but it's really the mindset of understanding where and how they can contribute positively to society, including buying products and services that are a bit more environmentally friendly or compliant to benefit corporation structures. So that's one. Number two, as it relates to the student itself, it varies. I have two previous volunteer consultants, Korean. Both of them are Koreans. As an example, they went to, without naming their names, they went to, they basically were in business school, and between first year and second year, one of them took a gap year to get exposed to and learn from impact investing. So that person tried to learn as much as possible about the landscape, and then afterwards continue on for the second year. But the mindset for impact intentionality is there. I also have a few interns and also I guess individuals who prefer to take a gap year before they go into management consulting firms as such. So there are people, but not this is not a path for everyone. And I think the demand is there, and many of them eventually move to higher levels of seniority in their private sector careers, but their interest in to contribute to positive impact within the organization. I think Rich, the next speaker, will be talking about this as well, is there. So that's the first one. As it relates to the first question, the advice, there's really no rocket science to this, because end of the day, while companies are moving from the current new normal and adapting their business models for the next normal, they will do what they need to do in order to survive. Then the second one is in order to thrive. Then the third one is how best they can be more proactive, and rather than playing defense in their business models to do it. If by being proactive means adopting ESG practices, so be it. And it might even be a regular reporting requirement anyway, so they have to do it. But for a few others, they might think that CSV would be the way to go. They will be adopting it. And there are many organizations that are currently promoting how to get social environmental themes to incorporate into their business model. So that's the second one. And for many smaller organizations, I wouldn't say size is a big component of this, but for many organizations, sometimes it's more about getting their business model right, fit for purpose for today, and position themselves effectively for tomorrow. They just have to do that. Then later on, see how they can, so that's playing defense. Then afterwards, they think about how do they start embedding CSR practices and start engaging with other players to learn more about, CSV practices. But it's not necessarily an end-all, be-all solution to those approach. It's really the business model has to work first. Hope that answers your question.
He said yes. Do you have any other questions, Spider? Just here's my left side, Dr. Lee, and then has one question.
Yeah, thank you for your very impressive presentation. I myself is not just the professor at business administration. I'm a philosophy professor, so my question is a little bit, how to say, not philosophical, but concerning a little bit macro social structure.
Yep.
So you have a lot of experience in the field of this social innovation or ESG, but which social structure or which kind of economy is best optimal for your business? For example, we have various kind of economic system. In Germany, German economic system, we call it social market economy, and the USA and Hong Kong, we call it a little bit negatively casino capitalism. So, under the casino capitalism condition, your business will be very difficult to be flourishing. So, my question is, according to your experience, which social structure is best for your future hope? This is my question. Yeah.
Right. I'll answer in two ways. Number one is, I guess the lucky part, I guess many individuals, including myself, we wear different hats. From my perspective, I am based, home is Hong Kong now. My parents are still in the Philippines, but home is Hong Kong. My immediate family, my wife and kid is here in Hong Kong. So it's not like I will try to arbitrage where's the best place for my business. I mean, so in a way, we all wear different hats. So that's on a personal standpoint. On the second, as it relates professionally, in terms of what is the market system that works better or less better, I would say that the whole question about capitalism currently as it stands, whether irrespective of which economy you're in, because the global financial market and also the global infrastructure of policy that underpins this is similar, even though the approaches internally, nationally, is different. What I mean by this is that there is more intentionality and questioning among even in the academic field about, is capitalism even working? And if we continue to your point about casino capitalism, if we continue on this way, it is not gonna decrease inequality, it's gonna actually worsen it, as long as social environmental footprints is not priced into a business decision as it relates to the WACC in terms of cost of capital. It will always underprice the environmental damage or social damage that a company is creating in order to create profitable products. So my point is that irrespective of the capital, I guess the model, there is already groundwork moving, and there are already exchanges amongst government leaders globally. They call it, you have this global steering group, GSG. You can Google them as well, wherein there are ways by which different governments and policymakers are trying to understand what are the ways by which some of these externalities can be internalized, so that players who are still allowed to play within the capitalism sandbox will be able to factor in the social environmental footprints that they're creating as they produce it. And as a result of that, there will be more intentionality for companies and also individuals, incentives and also penalties towards greater sustainability. So that in itself is a positive. And as long as this movement is towards that direction, there will always be players, including my organization, to help facilitate such discussion. But it is a very, it's a big task ahead for everyone. It's no single organization can handle this by themselves.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Alto. So sorry to say that time's up, and then we wish you had forever tonight, not tonight, so today, to talk about everything you have. However, thank you so much for your presentation and the nice, kind answers to all the difficult questions, right? All right, thank you so much. Okay, so now the session is over. We are going to have about 10 minutes break, and then we will come back in 4 o'clock in Korean time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, welcome back to the session. This will be the last session of the conference. Okay, so now we have two presentations awaiting. So before introduce the two presenters, let me again for the new audiences, online audiences just joined for this session. Let me briefly explain the procedure. Each presenter will be given 30 minutes for the presentation. Right after, and then also I will check the time. But however, typically they finish before 30 minutes. So right after the presentation's over, we are going to have Q&A and discussion time. So for those online, the audience, please submit your questions with your name and the questions, and then drop them in the chat box. So you can find the chat box option in the bar menu of your Zoom. Okay, so if you cannot type in English, you can type in Korean as well. We have a great translator, which including myself. We will translate, and then we will try to effectively and efficiently translate and then deliver it to the presenter. Okay. Also, after everything is over, do not leave, and then you can find the survey link, the link for the survey. So we wanna know how satisfied you are with our the conference. So any responses from you will be highly valuable for us to further develop our conference for the future. Okay, so we have two presenters. First presenter is Dr. Richard Hagenberg. He's a professor of social innovation and leads the Institute for Social Innovation and Impact at the University of Northampton. The topic is the necessity of social entrepreneurship in the post-COVID-19 era. Hi, how are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Great. So I'm a moderator of today, a presentation and then discussion. So you can just call me Tae if you need my help. Okay?
Ted. Okay. Nice to meet you, Ted.
Nice meeting you. So are you ready?
Whenever you are, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to listen to your presentation. Okay, you may go.
I'll just share it. Can everybody see that? Yeah.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good morning. Perfect. Good morning, everybody. My name is Richard Hazenberg. I'm from the University of Northampton, as Ted's just introduced me. I'm a professor of social innovation at the university. And I'm here really today, I guess, to build on perhaps the conversations that you were just having in the last session with Philo, to really sort of consider how we actually build back post-COVID and what the role of social entrepreneurship will be in that build back process. And, you know, on that basis, I really want this to be a kind of positive message, because I think, you know, we've all gone through a very traumatic and very difficult last 18 months, and it's changed the world that we lived in. I think the idea that we'll ever go back to the same world is not correct. But what I do think that COVID has offered us is a chance to actually rebuild and rebalance the societies and the economies that we live in. And, you know, I think that opportunity is something that we absolutely should be looking to embrace. And I really do think that social enterprise and social entrepreneurship can be one of the key components in helping us to build back in that way. In terms of the presentation, I'm first of all just going to very briefly tell you a bit about my university. One, just so you get a bit of a feel for who I am and what we do. But two, actually, because when we come back later in the presentation to talk about the types of institutions that can support this sort of social enterprise bounce back, universities to me are one of those key anchor institutions that can do that. And so I think actually setting a context of a university like mine that is sort of very focused on social innovation is actually a really powerful, it gives you a powerful sort of vision of what this can look like. I'll go on to talk about what some of these sort of post-COVID challenges are, and actually let's reframe them as opportunities, because that's exactly how I see them, and I think how we should see them. We'll have a look at the need for systems thinking around this and framing this within sustainable development, particularly the UN's SDG framework. And then we'll go on to look at social entrepreneurship. What is the unique value that it brings? How can it help us to support that global recovery, and what role can it take? And then we'll come back full circle to say, well, actually, how can universities and academia be in there? And I'll sort of finish with, I guess, a sort of blueprint for how I feel social entrepreneurship can support this sort of post-COVID world and this post-COVID build back. And I think the only other thing I'll say is just to echo what Philo was saying. I'm not here to say that social enterprise or social entrepreneurship is the only answer. I mean, of course it's not. We live in a very complex global system, and there's lots of different institutional and organizational types that we will need to build back better and to sort of go into this more sustainable future. I just want to really get across the sort of one of the, the central role that social entrepreneurship itself can play in facilitating some of that growth. So just to give you an idea of my university, we've just moved to a new campus. We built it, finished it 3 years ago. It was about £330 million build. So that's about $400 million US. And this sort of slightly cartoony background gives you an idea of sort of some of the buildings on the campus and what it looks like. As an institution, we're perhaps quite unusual as a university because we are strategically committed to social innovation. It runs centrally through the university, centrally to everything that we do. We have social innovation embedded on every single course that we teach. We have social innovation in all of our campus management, estates management, procurement services. And this really filters down from a senior management team that is very committed to social innovation. So again, you can imagine for somebody like me, who works in social innovation, that's my background. It's obviously a very nice place to work. It's also a changemaker campus. It's an Ashoka changemaker campus, and if any of you haven't heard of that, if you look at Ashoka, you'll find information about it. But effectively, it's a global network of like-minded universities who are committed to social enterprise, social innovation, and kind of creating positive social value in their communities. And again, that runs through in terms of the fact that we have changemaker challenges, we have changemaker curriculum, and we have a changemaker hub at the university that supports students, not just with their studies, but also we support students to set up their own social enterprises. We support staff to set up their own social enterprises, and we work in the community to support businesses there as well. To me, and we'll look at this a bit later, it's very much what a 21st century university should be all about. The days of a university being just about teaching and just about research, I think, are long gone. And in this new century, it's not that new now, obviously we're 20 years in, but I think in this new century, really universities have to be much more community anchor institutions. And you'll hear me come back to that several times during the talk. This idea of an anchor institution is so important. It means that the university is embedded in its community. And I don't just mean the local community that surrounds the university. I also mean that, its regional counterparts, and also, the global communities that we have. I do a huge amount of work, for instance, in Southeast Asia, particularly in Vietnam and Indonesia, amongst others. And obviously, I've also been working, in Korea with Professor Jacobs. So, our community is a global community, and I think that that's something that the Sustainable Development Agenda helps us to perhaps try and focus on. Let's get into the meat of it anyway. That gives you a bit of a taste of where Northampton, is and what we do. In terms of post-COVID, to me, it really is about the opportunities that this gives us. And we heard in the last talk and the discussion afterwards that we have, real problems with inequality. Inequality is generally growing around the world. And I think, as Philo alluded to, we have to really question the capitalist model in terms of how it, is it really capable of helping us to reduce that inequality? And this isn't necessarily to completely bash capitalism. Obviously, it's supported record levels of growth in GDP and other areas over the last century and a bit, really. But I think we're at this stage, in a sort of more advanced global society where we need to look at ways and systems where we actually do price in these social and environmental factors. And so we make sure that businesses are operating on a sustainable triple bottom line and not just a financial bottom line. And I think when you look around the world, and particularly what we've seen during the COVID crisis, we've seen the problems in health inequalities and how COVID has disproportionately affected perhaps the poorer parts of the world and people that don't have access to healthcare. It's actually shown that the working practices that we all operated, are perhaps not fit for purpose. And I look at our university, in the last 18 months, we've been delivering everything digitally, well, pretty much everything digitally. And, a couple of years before that, we discussed it and everybody had said it's not possible, the technology's not there, nobody wants to work in that way. And actually, we've proved it is possible. And I'm not saying that we should all be, stay in the digital world, forever. I have to say it would have been lovely to have been able to come out and join you at the conference in person. But I think this kind of idea that there's a hybrid way forward, hybrid model and a digitized model is an important one. I mean, given the focus that you have in this session conference around sustainable cities, it was quite interesting just to think about this in terms of how COVID might change that sort of sustainable city centre model. And really, we look at our city centres, how are they going to recover post-COVID? I think about the UK, our city centres are filled with office buildings, coffee shops, restaurants, pubs, all the things that, all of these businesses that make money because of the influx of workers every day into the cities. And potentially that is not ever going to go back to the levels that we saw before. And so we're going to need to think about how do we enhance the city centres that we have? Can we use them to build more sustainable housing, more green spaces? These are all things that we need to consider. Green transport, how do we move towards electrification in public transport networks? How do we use sustainable fuels in aviation? There's all of these kind of areas that need to be looked at, and that then have knock-on effects in terms of providing that affordable housing or improving the air quality in our cities. So there's huge opportunities here, and actually this kind of build back agenda that's sort of sprung up around the world, I think, is a recognition of that and understands that process very clearly. But let's not underplay the problems that we face. The world is very complex. The social and environmental problems that we're facing are very complex, and there's going to be lots of trade-offs. In solving one environmental or social problem, we may disenfranchise another group of people. We may cause unemployment, we may cause hardships in different sectors of the economy. And so, we need to think in a very systemic way about how we transition through that world. And if you look at the various crises we're facing, then they're all interlinked. I mean, it's not that I think it's no surprise, for instance, that COVID has emerged at the time it has, and it's had such a devastating impact at precisely the time the world is more globalized than ever. There's more movement of people. We have much more interactive economies, transfer of goods. I think that the world was sort of always going to come across this kind of crisis at some point. And it's probably not completely not to do with the sort of climate emergency and these kind of instances we see of species extinction as well. And then you throw all of this in with the sort of human mass migration movements we're seeing from different parts of the world where there's conflict, and then the economic stagnation that we really experienced for the previous sort of decade and a bit since the 2008 crisis. This is a powerful cocktail of problems that we need to solve. And really over the last 20 years, we haven't, I don't think that the current system or the current model has helped us to solve that. In fact, I would suggest it's led to many of the problems it has led to many of the problems that we're seeing. So how do we actually go about solving those things? Well, to me, and coming from a social innovation background, there's two types of frameworks or approaches that you can take. There's a top-down, policy, government-led, nationally, internationally, and then there's a bottom-up, which is driven by communities, by local economies, and by people like social entrepreneurs, and I'll come back to that later. I think the key thing is that when we're looking to develop these bottom-up solutions, it's actually about listening to the people that are suffering at the hands of these social and environmental problems. what are the solutions that they want and need, and then how can we support them with those top-down, frameworks to get that. And I think too many times we develop top-down solutions that don't necessarily really solve the issues for people on the ground. We don't listen to communities enough. I think that's one of the reasons you see so much disenfranchisement around globalization. And actually, in terms of solving some of these problems, we absolutely need to be able to engage with communities effectively. And I think that social entrepreneurs, because of the very nature of the way that they work and the way that they're embedded in their communities, can do this. And I think that anchor institutions like universities, but it could be others. I mean, a corporate could be an anchor institution if it sort of properly engages with its community, its staff, and listens to their concerns. So, there's a rebalancing here about how we frame that. But then also thinking about it from a top-down perspective. We have the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I'm not here to say that they're perfect, but actually, if you look at them as a framework, they provide a very sensible route of all of the various problems that we have. They provide KPIs that we can use to understand better how we can try to solve these problems. And so they give us a really effective method of trying to provide some top-down solutions to this as well. I'm not going to labor on this too much because I'm pretty sure that you've all seen the SDG frameworks. If you haven't, look at them online. You'll see the 17 SDGs. There's 169 targets across those SDGs. The logos and the icons, I think, are pretty well known now. But you can go and look at that and see what you think. I think when you're looking at sustainable cities and communities, as we sort of are, here, SDG 11 is obviously the important one. And this again goes back to many of those things I mentioned a few slides ago. What are the sub-aims within that SDG? It's all about affordable housing, sustainable transport, more sustainable urbanization. How do we build cities that are more effective, that don't require so much throughput of people? They have the resources and the facilities in the communities that they want to have. How do we protect our cultural and natural heritage globally? And that's very important because, there's lots of differences in culture and heritage around the world. And the idea, we need to really respect that when we're kind of coming up with solutions and listen to again, this kind of local bottom-up approach. Environmental impacts of cities, improving green spaces. These are all things I talked about earlier. So again, I won't labor on them too much, but they sit within this SDG and they give us, within those sub-aims, KPIs and what we should be looking at measuring in this area. And these are all areas that social enterprises can support with. And let's be honest. I mean, social enterprise, social entrepreneurs, they've been working in this space for decades. They've been talking about this and giving us this message for decades. Maybe now it's the time post-COVID that we actually can engage with them properly, listen more, and then utilize their expertise across the wider economy to support that kind of growth that we desperately actually need if we're going to solve some of the problems that we're facing around the world. I'm guessing many of you are pretty familiar with social enterprise already, but I just wanted to put this on the screen in case there's any of you in the audience who aren't. I'm not going to read the definition out, but it's a definition I quite like, and I use it a lot in my academic research. But effectively, to me, a social entrepreneur is really looking at how they can solve social problems in innovative ways. They may do it through a social enterprise organizational model, but they may also, be operating within the public sector. They may be operating within the private sector. And if they're operating within those kind of different style organizations, we'll sometimes refer to them as social entrepreneurs because they're kind of changing institutions from within. I'd still argue that they're acting socially entrepreneurially, but nevertheless, that don't sort of ever think that a social entrepreneur has to run a social enterprise. To me, they can exist in all different parts of the economy. And you've probably met people who kind of just think outside the box on how to solve social problems. They might not run a social enterprise, but to me, they're thinking in a very sort of socially entrepreneurially way. And I think that when you're looking at how we combat the effects of globalization, but empower communities at the same time, social enterprise and social entrepreneurship models give us an opportunity to be able to do that in a way that really empowers communities. And when we look at social innovation, to me, the most important thing about social innovation is its empowerment feature. that it empowers those people that have traditionally been disenfranchised, that do not have access to power and resources, and are not always able to shape their lives and their communities and their environments in the way that they would like to. So I think that that's a really key point to take away from this. We also have to understand that everything's contextual, and I've already alluded earlier about this idea of culture and heritage. And I think that, you know, when you look at social enterprise or social entrepreneurship ecosystems around the world, they're very different. Social enterprises or social enterprise ecosystems, to be honest, in the UK look very different between the south of England and the north of England and Scotland, let alone if you look at the differences between Britain and Italy, for instance, or between Korea and Italy or Vietnam. Wherever you go, the ecosystems, they may have some common shared features, but actually they're embedded in the political, the cultural, the historical context of the environments that they're operating in. And we need to understand that. I think the idea that we can take a model of social enterprise that works in the UK and just parachute it into Korea, or vice versa, take a model that's worked very well in Korea and parachute it into the UK is a mistake. I don't think that can happen. We can certainly learn from each other. We can have knowledge exchange, but we need to then make sure that we adapt these models to really make sure that the social entrepreneurship models we're building actually can change understand and change the communities that they're operating in. And I think, you know, when we talk about this sort of bottom-up social innovation approach, social entrepreneurs are so well plugged into the communities that they work in that they're the perfect people to be engaging with and to understand from what the policy needs of the communities are. How can the government locally, nationally, even internationally support those communities? How can NGOs support them? How can investors support them? How can corporates come in and support them? And I think earlier, you know, Philo was talking about CSR and corporate social responsibility. You know, these are all elements that we should be looking to rebalance. You know, if we could make every single private sector corporate in the world 10% more socially responsible, the impact of that would be absolutely massive. So this isn't just about saying, let's build lots of social enterprises. It's saying, let's look at social entrepreneurship. Let's listen to the social entrepreneurs. Let's look at social enterprise models and understand how we can rebalance our economy moving forwards around those kind of triple bottom line areas that social enterprises focus on. Yes, you've got to be financially sustainable and profitable, but you've also got to think about what the impact is socially and environmentally of the work that you do. And actually, my argument would be you could make $1 million of profit, but if you've caused $10 million of environmental damage doing it, that's a loss-making model as far as the world should be concerned. And I think it's that rebalancing of how we account within our economy for these things that is so important.
Excuse me, Dr. Heisenberg. So you have about 7 minutes remaining. Then I can see you have 5 more slides to go. So do you think you can manage to finish it, all the presentation? Okay, thank you.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Ted. So how can we support this? You know, how can they support this recovery? Well, you know, I won't last on this too long because I think I've covered some of these points. But to me, as I said, the social entrepreneurs, they are the intelligence agents within the communities that can help us to identify what is needed and what social bottom-up social innovations are actually already emerging so that they can be supported and scaled and so that other sectors of the economy can come in. I think that this idea that we have this hybrid focus is really important, but we can't imagine that, you know, social enterprises and social entrepreneurship, they do not have the resources to scale up massively, and so they need support around these areas as well. And whether that's connecting to investors and funders, whether that's policy and funding from government, or whether that's even, you know, soft skills support like business management, finance, accounting, those kind of things. They need that, and we need to think about that if we're looking to sort of grow more socially orientated organisations. And I think partnerships between social enterprises and corporates is definitely one way that we can do that. Now, I've touched on this idea of anchor institutions. Now, I'm not trying to say that only universities can be anchor institutions. I think all kinds of different institutions can act as this kind of community anchor. They can be government bodies. they can be foundations and NGOs, they can be corporates and businesses. You know, there's lots of different work that I see. For instance, you know, locally in Northamptonshire, Barclays Bank, you know, a very large global bank, are doing a lot of work socially to support the community and to work with social enterprises and to mentor people. So it's about kind of rebalancing some of these areas. But I think that one of the things that universities can learn from this is how can we make our research more impactful? How can we, when the research that we do, as great as it is when we publish it in nice, you know, high-ranking journals, how can we actually then use that to support this kind of sustainable development agenda? How can we ensure that our teaching is applied so that our students actually can learn in the field? They can actually understand how this all works, and how can they, you know, then go on into society themselves and to be change makers themselves. We're really good, I think, as universities at facilitating partnerships. We're used to talking to policymakers. We're also used to talking to the community. We're used to talking to the business. So we're a perfect hub to bring those different parties together, get them speaking the same language, and try and build in a more sustainable way an economy moving forwards. And we can act in that way as well in those partnerships to build trust and to show the importance of the SDGs. I won't, as we're short on time, I'll sort of skip over this, but I'll make the slides available to anybody who wants them. So please, do come and look at this. This is just a sort of hexagon of how we see a university's work, you know, research, teaching, have impact in policy, support social entrepreneurs and business, work closely with the community. If you do all of those things, you will create social value and social impact, and you will support this kind of sustainable agenda. Okay. I'm just thinking of one example of how we've gone through this. We're actually working with a variety of other universities in the UK effectively to set up a social investment fund, but it is a social investment fund that is going to be managed by universities. It has the brand and trust value because the sector tends to trust universities, and we're working with a charitable social investment fund to manage this. We basically raise our money from institutional investors, yes, but also from student alumni. And effectively, we create a fund that we can then use to support social enterprises and social businesses in our local area, whether they come from our incubators, you know, or whether they're actually from our students and staff, or whether they're actually, you know, out there in the community already doing the work. And what it allows us to do actually is leverage positive impact ourselves. And I think the idea that even 20 years ago a university would have run, you know, an investment fund is not that common. I mean, yes, universities invested into funds, but to actually be, you know, running one itself, raising the funds, you know, that actually shows how universities now are starting to think outside the box in how we do this. And that's just one example I could give you from Northampton or from other universities of how we actually go about this. So my final slide then really, I guess, is what is the blueprint for this? To me, and I don't think any of this is rocket science, I don't think I'm saying anything in many ways that you won't have all thought or heard before, but the post-pandemic recovery, to me, absolutely depends on systems thinking. We have to understand the interconnected nature of the social and environmental problems that we face. We have to be able to listen to our communities and support them, find out what they need, and then find a way to get them the resources wherever in the economy they come from, whether it's social enterprises or elsewhere, to help them to build that kind of new normal and build a more sustainable future for themselves. Social enterprise and social entrepreneurship can play a central role in this, but we still need universities, corporates, government, NGOs, all of the economy needs to really be working together on this. And that's where I think that, you know, government particularly, but academia can play a very powerful part. And ultimately, you know, let's come back to the positive message. You know, post-COVID really does provide us with this real opportunity to drive real change and to actually build a much more sustainable world. And if we're able to do that, maybe in some ways we can take some positives out of what has been an incredibly difficult last 18 months. Thank you very much for listening to me. I've got some details on there. If you want to email me, you can. You can follow us on Twitter at Institute SII. We're also on LinkedIn, and also we have a podcast that's available on Android and Apple, where we actually, you know, every few months interview a social entrepreneur or social innovator about their life, and about what they've done and how they see the world. If you're interested in this space, you know, they're sort of 50-minute episodes. It's quite an interesting insight to take up. So please do check those out. Thank you very much for your time. And I think we can, I'll stop sharing my slides and we can move to the Q&A.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Heisenberg. Now let's have Q&A time. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone? Okay, so it's too dark here. It's not too late, but it's, oh yeah, now. Yeah, we have sunlight here. So it makes myself look so handsome. Thank you so much, I love it. Okay, so does anyone have any questions, by the way? Yes, we have a question over there, so we need microphone is delivered to her. So please introduce who you are, and then so now you can see her right there. No, you have to turn it on. No, it's not. Dr. Heisenberg, what time is it now in the UK?
It's 8:30 a.m.
8:30 a.m. So what time did you get up to this morning for this presentation?
I got up at 6 a.m. Yeah.
Wow.
So, it's all right. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I got up 5:30 because I'm a moderator, so I beat you.
No, you were fairly
Yeah. So our technological issue is solved, I think, right? So are you ready?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful. I can hear you so
Perfect.
clearly. Okay, so.
Amazing.
you're-
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Alicia, and I'm here as an exchange student in Seoul. And normally I'm from Germany, and I'm a scholarship holder for the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. So that's how I came to be here. And so in your presentation, you told us about anchor institutions that can support social enterprises and like social entrepreneurs. And for me, basically my question is like, how can those anchor institutions, basically governmental bodies, foundations and corporates and businesses, how can they support SEs? Like, do you have like a practical example how those institutions can foster social entrepreneurship?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. I think that's a fantastic question. I think one of the best examples I can give you is actually a partnership model where we worked with a Big Issue, which you may or may not have heard of, but they're a charity in the UK that supports the homeless. And they provide homeless people buy a magazine off them, and then they sell that magazine at a profit, and they keep the profit. And Big Issue supports them with lots of things. Anyway, they had a program called the Corporate Social Venture Fund, and it was they ran it in partnership with us as a university, but actually also with Barclays Bank, with Experian, credit rating agency, and with a little bit of support from central government as well, who put some money in. And what they did is they offered investment opportunities to social enterprises, but it was competitive, obviously. But those investment opportunities actually came with what I would say is much more important resources. So if you secured the investment, you would get a small loan of about £50,000, but it actually came with probably about another £75,000 worth of mentoring and in-kind support from the partners. So Barclays would provide them with business management, financial accounting, marketing support. Experian would support them in terms of their credit ratings, borrowing, all these kind of areas. And we would support them with things like social impact measurement, where we'd help them to measure their impact and produce reports that they could use to sell their services and show the impact that they had. And within that program, we saw a massive amount of growth, and we looked at the impact of it. And if I remember the figures correctly, the whole program cost about £5 million to run, including the investments. And by the end of it, the social enterprises had leveraged about £50 million of impact in their communities, and had grown. Many of them had grown considerably. So I think that kind of provides a perfect idea of how you can actually bring these different sorts of stakeholder partners together. And how they can actually use all of their expertise to support social enterprises, because one organisation won't necessarily have all of the resources that they need. But I do think it basically comes down to this need for mentoring, for money, for a degree of policy support from government, and for, really important as well, networking, providing them the opportunities to meet potential clients, to meet investors in a way that they might not get if they don't engage with people like Barclays and universities and that kind of thing.
Okay, excellent. Did he answer your question? Okay, wonderful. 2 thumbs up, please. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Okay, next question is submitted from, again, our favorite questioner, so Mr. Sim. So, according to you, Dr. Heisman, Northampton University just created the University Investment Fund, correct?
Yeah.
And then you are managing it. So he want to know how any specific example of the investment, any business or project from their money.
Okay, so we're still in the process of setting it up at the moment. So the fund hasn't launched at this stage. So I can't actually give you an example, a specific example of an investment there. I can give him another example if that helps. So our university has actually acted to invest in organisations independently in the past. One such organisation is a company in Northamptonshire that works in the logistics sector. But what's really interesting about them as a company is that they make sure that at least 25% of their workforce is actually ex-offenders, people who've been released from prison, people with drug and alcohol problems. And actually, more widely than that, they also offer training programs. So even if they don't employ people who've just been released from prison, they will put them through a 6-week training program and help them to get a job afterwards. Now, we invested with them in 2011, 200,000 British pounds. We've supported them in many other ways over the years. They have expert help from across the university, in our business school, in our health faculty. We've worked with them. And in that time, as an organisation, they have grown from a £400,000 turnover business to about £4 million. They work with about 200 ex-offenders per year now. And I think what's really interesting is people think, social enterprise, are they really effective? They're trying to do good, so they won't be as efficient as a private sector organisation. This firm obviously does logistics for all kinds of big corporates. It houses goods for, I think it's Tesco and lots of other people. They actually are one of the best performing logistics firms in the country in terms of how little damage happens to goods, how many goods go missing. They have sort of like a 99.9% what they call a pick rate. And what I find really interesting is if they'd have, and they've said this, if they went to their client and said, when they were pitching and said, oh, by the way, a quarter of our workforce is, ex-offenders, they might not win the contract. But what happens is they don't really make a big play of it. They just win the contract like a company. They deliver the work brilliantly, and then they tell the client, oh, and by the way, we're actually a social organisation. And then the client loves it because they see that they're effective and actually they're ticking lots of CSR boxes as well. So I think it shows a really powerful model of how this can work. And actually, I'm not saying it was all down to university, it's down to a lot of hard work from the individuals within that organisation. But I like to think that the investment from the university in money and in staff time really helped them to grow, or at least grow more quickly than they might have otherwise done before.
Thank you so much. I have a personal question about it. When you invest in something all the time as an investor, you all the time want to have like a positive outcomes, correct? So do you guys typically, well, you said you didn't start investing in any project yet. However, do you guys actually want some kind of positive outcomes in the long run or short term as well at the same time?
Yeah, and I think that's a really important area, and I think if you look at the social investment market historically, it hasn't been focused enough on positive social outcomes. Yes, that you invest and you may say, okay, I've got 5 KPIs I want you to hit, but there hasn't been enough of the kind of in-depth social impact measurement to really understand what these organisations and the investments are achieving. I I think that's changing now. I think we're seeing a lot more of that as the sector develops and becomes a little bit more mature. For us, absolutely. So obviously that investment I just talked about that we made, we actually measure the impact. We do a full impact report for that every year to see how much impact that organization is generating. And then what we try to do is monetize that impact as a saving to society or a saving to government, so that we can say, you know, we've invested X amount in this organization, they spend X amount per year, and this is how much it's leveraged. You know, and if you actually look at, for instance, this organization, over the last 10 years, they've leveraged about £20 million of impact. And obviously, you know, our investment in the first place was only £200,000, and obviously they've invested and worked. But they leverage a lot of impact, and that is very important to us to be able to demonstrate that as a university, because obviously our primary mission as a university is social, really, above everything else.
Thank you so much. So we have another question. Okay, are you ready? By the way, I love your room, study room. So I love the 3 pictures and everything behind you. Okay, so this is from Eunmi Kim. I am one of the students who want to solve wicked problems in our society. However, there are many roads for social entrepreneurs, as you mentioned. So as a professor, how much emphasis do you put on the sustainability of the project or social impact? Sometimes living on is important for students. What do you think?
I mean, yeah. Let's not beat around the bush on this. You know, I'm not going to say that social impact is the be all and end all. We're talking about financially sustainable businesses, and so it's absolutely. There's no point in having a social enterprise that delivers fantastic impact and then the next year goes bust because it can't deliver impact anymore. So they have to be financially sustainable. I'm not going to say that there's any one model that works better than others. I think it very much depends on the context, both the community that you're working in, but also the marketplace that you're working in. But you know, to me, you have to have that focus on the triple bottom line, and it's no good being really socially, environmentally sustainable, but not being financially sustainable. And also, I think we need to reset the narrative. And we've always had an interesting conversation, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but this idea of, you know, if you're a social entrepreneur, can you own a Ferrari? And I know some people would say, well, a social entrepreneur wouldn't want to own a Ferrari, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that to me, there's no reason that you can't be a social entrepreneur, you can't live a very nice life and you know, make a good living for yourself and make money, but also then make lots of good social and environmental impact. And I think we talked earlier, and I think Philo talked about this idea, you've all been talking on the panel, of this idea of casino capitalism. I think it's the whole message about this is, you know, whether you set up a social enterprise or whether it's just a normal business, but that you build as socially as you can, that's what's important in changing the world going forward. To me, you know, do you look after your workforce properly? Do you offer them development opportunities? Do you engage in your community? Do you support community events? Do you make sure that you have a low carbon footprint? All of these things should be central to a business, and you should still be able to make a good living for yourself, even as a social entrepreneur. So, yeah, to me, you've got to have that sort of sustainable triple bottom line.
Okay, thank you so much. We have another question, follow-up question from Mr. I'm not quite sure it's Mr. or Miss at Shim Byung-in. First, I will read the question in Korean because it's typed in Korean first, and I will translate as much as I can. If I fail, you can answer anything you want. So, 경영대학의 전문가 퀘션이 사라졌습니다. 경영대학의 전문가 지원을 했다고 하셨는데 이것은 무료 지원인 거죠? 대학의 자원을 지역에 제공한다는 점은 평생 학습 도시 차원에서도 지역 공동체 형성 측면에서 흥미롭네요. First, I have to roll up my sleeves. This is going to be a very challenging translation. So, you mentioned that you provided expert support, your business in your business college, and then you using experts resources supported the local communities, right, with your expert knowledge and everything in the university wise, correct?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I had the translation on the Zoom, so I got the question.
Oh,
thank
you have to. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, no, it was a good translation, but thank you. Yes, so basically the support for students, it's not just in the business school, it's actually across the university. So a student from any faculty can have support for their social enterprise ideas. It's all free. It's all free to access. We have the Changemaker Hub. We offer students the opportunity to go through 3 levels of development. We call them Changemaker certificates, where bronze, silver, and gold. And they're different levels of complexity and different levels of support. But effectively, they can work through that, and they have access to Enterprise Club, which offers free business support and advice throughout their studies. And actually, our Enterprise Club works with the community. So even if you're not a student, you can come into the university and actually have advice for your business idea from our Enterprise Club. We offer grants and awards, so students can win, at early points, small grants like £500 to help kickstart their idea, but that can actually grow. And we've actually given out in the past grants of up to £15,000 to support a business startup that we think has real potential. So it's really, really important to us that students feel that this isn't just about coming to get their degree. Actually, there's a whole wider lens of learning that they can do. And actually, I mean, most of our students don't start a business, but some do. Some work with staff. We've had staff that have started businesses and the university supported them. So we have all of that in place. And then actually this summer, we've just launched our incubator, our social incubator, Changemaker Incubator. And for the best sort of businesses that we find in the community or within the student body, they will be offered a place on the incubator, which will offer them 12 months of intensive support and potential scaling funding as well. So we try to make it a really, really holistic offer for our students, and it's free. It's totally free.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of. Yeah, we have a question from Dr. Tak over there. So do you have a microphone? There. Yes.
Okay, wait a second. So first, I'm Christian Tax. I'm the head of Friedrich Naumann Foundation Korea. Thank you very much for your wonderful contribution, Professor Hazelberg. And well, I have a rather practical question. We are talking in an academic environment, and I would like to raise the issue: how do we reach what we can call the silent majority? Because in a way we have to admit that, like it or not, but we have let's say, an education privilege. We have had the privilege to learn for years, decades, whatever. And those who have never acquired the ability to articulate themselves, even their feelings or whatever, they will need a translation. And it's very natural, of course, the social entrepreneur will try to help with that, because we have decided to use the bottom-up approach. But still, we need to find these people. We need to make them talk. We need to make them raise their voice, need them to engage in whatever laboratories or fora or whatever. How do we reach them? What can social entrepreneurship contribute to them, also to help them bringing in their voice? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, another excellent question. Perhaps the most difficult one for me to answer, actually, because I think that is one of the thorny problems that we do face. I think you're absolutely right. Social entrepreneurs do act in many communities as the translator for many of their problems. And when you've got a disadvantaged community that hasn't been listened to for decades, it's very difficult to go in and say, no, we want to listen to you, because I can honestly say the response you'll often get is, oh yeah, well, we've heard all of this before, and nobody actually ever listens to us. Which is why I think it's so important, when I talked earlier about this idea of empowerment, that we empower people to believe that they can make that change. Now, I mean, that's all words, from a university perspective and from my perspective, what we try to do is really come up with innovative methods in our research. So like when we're looking at researching problems in the community, it's not just about going in and doing and interviewing people, for instance, or having focus groups, because many people don't want to take part in an interview. They don't want to take part in a focus group. They may feel uncomfortable that they've got people from the university coming to talk to them. So we've looked at lots of other methods. One that we're using a lot at the moment, which is particularly powerful, is an approach called photo voice, where effectively you let people in the community live their daily lives and take photos of the problems that they see, the problems that they find, their experiences, the things that they think are good. And they feed those photos back to the research team. And then we work with them to understand what what this all means and what the issues that they're facing are. And often it's very obvious what you'll get. If there's a drug problem in a local community, people will be uploading photos of syringes in the park and these kind of things. And so we use that kind of approach to really try and give them methods that they're comfortable with, because everybody, I think, pretty much today, everyone, people are photographing and filming video and things all the time. So it offers them offers people a medium that they understand, and that we can then work with them to translate and use that. And actually, I think what's really interesting is we write reports for policymakers sometimes. And if I'm honest, I do sometimes wonder how much these reports actually get read. But you show people, even in government, photos of social deprivation, of problems in communities, and talk to them about what these communities think the solutions are, and suddenly you get a lot more traction. So I think it's that kind of idea that we have to find these alternative methods, and images and video has been one that we found particularly useful for reaching sort of disadvantaged and hard to reach groups.
Thank you so much. We have the last question, I think, before the time is up. So it's written in Korean, so let me read it in Korean first. 프레젠테이션 초반에 다양한 기구의 필요성에 대해 얘기해 주셨는데요. 그리고 국가별 문화 정치적 맥락에 따른 차이에 대해서 말씀해 주셨습니다. SDGs 같은 경우 UN을 기점으로 한 글로벌 거버넌스 관점에서 바라볼 수 있다고 생각하는데요. 탈국가적 글로벌 거버넌스 관점에서 현재 조성되고 있는 기금이나 펀드가 향하는 사회적 가치 활동들이 전 지구적으로 균형적으로 배분되어 가치 활동이 이루어지고 있는지에 대한 부분에 대한 의견과 현황이 궁금합니다. Do you need
Okay, so I think I understand the question. I mean, first of all, the SDG framework is very top down, and I think that in a local setting in different countries, that has to be you have to sort of adopt it and think, how is it that we can apply this? I think in the UK, for instance, I mean, not that I'm holding this up as a great example, but the UK government has brought in its own, what it calls its own levelling up agenda, which if you actually look at it, looks very similar to the SDGs. It uses, like, even the icons look quite similar. But what they've done is basically, I think, taken the SDG framework and then sort of adapted and changed it to the UK context to look at the particular problems that face the UK. In terms of global governance frameworks and organizations, I actually don't think we have a very good balance at the moment at all. I think that you still have global institutions that are dominated by the largest and the richest countries in the world, and that there are efforts made to solve some of the social problems and environmental problems that we face, but actually not enough and not fast enough. And I think if you look at something like climate change, and COP26 and the various sort of summits that have taken place in the past, that provides a perfect example that we definitely do not have governance frameworks at the moment that actually give enough of a voice to countries that actually will be the most impacted, by climate change. It won't be, we know it won't be the most developed nations generally that will be hit by climate change the worst. It will be the poorest nations. So I think our global governance frameworks still need a lot of work. to really empower those communities around the world that just have not been listened to for well over a century, if you ask me, and that often are mechanisms for the most wealthy in the world to basically shape it in the way that they want. So yeah, you have to adapt these frameworks to your own cultural context, but I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to reform global governments and global institutions.
And thank you so much. And then, is there any other question, by the way? No? Okay. So thank you so much. It's very early in the morning in your time, and then very late afternoon in our time. But yeah, I found it very small world. Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Heisenberg, and then thank you and then everyone. So have a great day. So I'll
thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Me.
We have second presentation. Okay. It's from Dr. Dirk Assmann. He's a policy advisor for urbanization and innovation at the Liberal Institute of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom. The topic is, what do 17 SDGs mean for cities from the liberal perspective? Hello, Dr. Assmann.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Germany.
morning. Okay. So when you're ready, just let me know, and then, or you can just begin.
Yeah, so I'm ready. So I will just share my slides with you. So I hope this works. So just
Okay,
let
wonderful.
me know if you can. Okay. So let's go to the start. So yeah, I'm very honored to do this talk because so the topic kind of summarizes my working life during the last years, because now I'm working at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. So and I'm working on liberal policies for cities. And before that, I was working at the German Institute for Urban Studies. And there I was working on how cities can affect achieving the SDGs, or how cities are affected by these 17 SDGs. So this is combined here, and therefore, I'm really happy to do this talk. So maybe shortly about my background. So I'm an economist. So I studied economics. I did my PhD in economics. Always with a focus on urban and rural economics. Then I worked as a policy advisor for cities, and now I'm at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and mainly working on how the housing market works, how city development can be influenced, and mobility. So first of all, so maybe some short information about our foundation. So this is the Foundation for Liberal Ideas and Policies in Germany, but also worldwide. And so our main tasks are like political education. So what are core liberal policies? We are doing publications, we are organizing discussion events, but we also look at the scientific foundation of liberal ideas. So what liberal ideas does science suggest, and maybe how liberal ideas can be explained by science. We also offer scholarships for outstanding students, and we have offices in over 60 countries around the world. So we also want to spread liberal ideas around the world. But now I want to begin with my talk, and maybe shortly about the structure. So first of all, I will talk with you about the extent of urbanization at the world. So we will be looking at the great picture. So we won't look at one specific city, but we want to know how many people worldwide live in cities. And then we want to look at the 17 SDGs. Mr. Heisenberg already talked about that. But we want to know in detail which SDGs are especially relevant for cities. Then we wanted to look at the liberal policies, and then we want to show how these concepts, how the policies are connected to these 17 SDGs. Okay, so first of all, the extent of urbanization. And I always find it very interesting to look at these slides, because today we find it kind of normal that we live in cities, but actually that is not the case for a very long time. So just look at this graph. So goes from 1960 to 2020. So today there are roughly 55% of people living in urban areas. But when you look at 1960, that is not that long ago. So there only 1/3 of people were living in cities. So it's kind of a new phenomenon, like in 2007 or something. This was the first year when more people lived in cities than in rural areas. And yeah, when you look at this picture, so of course there's a lot of variation. So you have industrialized countries where urbanization rate is very high. So like in America, Europe, so in most countries, about 70 to 80% of people are living in cities. But when you look at developing countries in South Asia or in Africa, then you see a lot of countries where the urbanization rate is only about maybe 30%, 20 to 40%, something around this. So you see very big differences around the world. And also here, so as I said, urbanization, so for us, it feels normal that most people are living in cities, but that's something that happened only a very short time ago. So like the last 200 years or something, yeah. So then the urbanization rate picked up, but before that, people were living in rural areas. So there are a lot of reasons. So first of all, maybe living in cities, the congestion costs are going down. So it's the cost of having traffic and all that and being surrounded by all people. So this is going down. And on the other side, you benefit from living next to other people. So you benefit from knowledge spillovers when you are close to each other. So as I said, so this is something that's happening not so long ago. And also when you think about the future, so the forecast is that about in the year 2050, 2/3 of the world population will live in cities. So this will predominantly happening because in developing countries are catching up. So there the urbanization rate will go up. And therefore in 2050, about 2/3 or almost 70% are expected to live in cities. And of course, so this is a forecast from before COVID-19. You could talk for a long time about the fact whether this will be the case, because for example, in Germany, we see some signs that the urbanization rate is slowing down. So we see housing prices in rural areas going up. We see some cities which are losing population, and this is pretty new. And maybe this is the case because in Germany, many people now work from home. And when you're working from home, you're not restricted to your working place because you can just work from home. So it doesn't really matter where you work. So this is something which is happening in Germany. I don't know whether this changes the forecast. Maybe this is true for other industrialized countries as well, but maybe that's not true for developing countries. And therefore, I think, try to say that the urbanization rate will go up, but maybe not that much in the industrialized countries. So this will be a very interesting topic during the next years. So what does this mean? So when you look at the year 2050, maybe this graph is a bit more interesting then. What you will see is that there are very few countries where the majority of people are living in rural areas. So there are some countries in Africa, South Asia, but in most countries of the world, they will be predominantly urban. And when you think about the picture we saw a few minutes ago, that's kind of astonishing. We see it as normal, but it's really not that normal. So it's really astonishing development. Okay, and then the last graph on this topic. So when you look at the correlation between urbanization and economic performance, then you see a very strong positive correlation. So countries which are more urbanized are more productive.
Hello.
But
Yes, temporarily disconnected. Doesn't matter. Okay, so keep continue.
Okay, is it okay again?
Yeah, now it's okay. So it was temporarily frozen. Oh, hello.
Yeah, relation, we don't see a causal effect, but there are some hints that it's actually the case that countries that are urbanized get more productive, but it's very hard to measure. Okay, so to sum this up, so what we've seen for most of human history, people live in rural areas, and urbanization is something which isn't only few. Yeah, and then so the first year, more people lived in cities.
I think now we are experiencing a technical issue right now. So temporarily frozen or it's like disconnected. I'm not quite sure yet. So please stay online if you're online audience. Yeah, Dr. Asman has been talking about urbanization so far. So he just showed what happened in the past and then the expected changes by 2050 in the future. And then I can see that's the same thing. And then maybe over nearly 65% population in the world will live in urban areas instead of rural areas. Yes. So that's what I know. And then I had one question, by the way. We will wait until Dr. Asman comes back. And then my question was, all the time, my university is located in a small city called Macomb. Have you guys heard about Macomb? If you heard about it, you're amazing, but nobody. Even I live in Illinois, whoever I met in Chicago, nobody knows about Macomb. But anyway, there's a university. And then all the time, to develop the city, we have people living in less than 20,000, but we need money to develop something. Road, and then entertaining things as well. The problem is that all the money comes from where? Not from the local area taxes, from the Chicago or state, right?
So
In the case, and then, oh yeah, to be continued after his presentation. I was entertaining, Dr. Asman.
Yeah, I'm
we
sure
don't.
about
I
that.
don't need you, by the way. So I was entertaining. I'm the man of the whole. Yes,
Yeah,
good.
that's good.
Okay,
That's
you
really,
can still.
good to
Yes,
know.
you can go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, your PowerPoint slide that stopped the place of extent of urbanization and the connection to GDP, the graph.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So.
Yeah, you can read from here. Yes, that's one of. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so this is just a summary of what I said. So as we've seen, so urbanization is something that happens only like 100, 200 years ago. More people live in urban areas now than in rural areas. In 2050, about 2/3 of people will live in urban areas. And as we've seen in the last graph, there's a really strong connection between urbanization and economic performance. Okay, so now we've talked about urbanization and we've seen how important this topic is. And now we want to talk about the 17 SDGs. And as we will see, so these two topics are strongly connected. So Mr. Heisenberg also talked about these 17 SDGs. And so maybe to sum this up, so what does it stand for? So it stands for Sustainable Development Goals. So the SDGs, so the idea behind it was born in 2012, and so now they are part of the Agenda 2030, and they were set up in 2015. Yeah, and what makes the 17 SDGs so important? I think a very important role is so that they give a framework for sustainability, because sustainability is also kind of a buzzword. Everybody has an own definition of it. It's maybe similar to the term of smart city. And once you have such a framework, it gets easier to talk about that. And yeah, when you look at this graph, I think this is something now everybody knows. So this graph became very famous, and there are some SDGs. So for example, the SDG no poverty, you have zero hunger, then you have SDGs which are about climate and energy. You also have SDGs about the economic performance. And so the idea behind this SDG framework is that you don't think only about one topic. You have to take into account all these different topics, and all policies have to take into account all these different topics. So you can focus on just one topic. And this is something that makes this SDG framework extremely important also for policy and policy advisor. So now, of course, we want to talk about what makes this so important for cities. And when we think about which of these SDGs actually has an impact on cities, so one could think that it's only SDG 11, and of course that's true. So this is explicitly focusing on urban areas, but when you think about all the other SDGs, I think it becomes clear that all the 17 SDGs are very important for cities, because of course cities provide education. Yeah, cities are the place where economic growth is happening. Cities take part in climate action. So every of the 17 SDGs is also important for cities, and therefore cities have to take into account all these 17 SDGs. Okay, and so why are they so closely related? So when you look at this graph, the first graph I showed, so now more and more people live in urban areas. And I think it becomes obvious that if you want to achieve these 17 SDGs, then it's very important that all cities have to take a part. All cities play a key role in achieving these 17 SDGs. And therefore, so these two topics are very closely related. And this is something, so before my time at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, where I now work as a policy advisor for liberal policies, so the big topic I was working on was, so how can we measure the 17 SDGs? Because as I told you, so the sustainability is always kind of a buzzword. It's not exactly true what sustainability means. And the 17 SDGs, so they give a very good framework, but it's an even better framework if you have something that you can measure. Yeah, and therefore we were working on a project for German cities, tried to measure their achievement for all the 17 SDGs, trying to provide indicators where every city can measure what they actually achieved. And so what we found, so this is the list of indicators. Yeah, so it's too small, so you won't be able to read this list. But so, for example, I just picked one SDG, which is SDG 5, gender equality. And in this project, it was very important that every German city has the access to the data. Yeah, so for every German city, it's very easy to get this data and to measure how they actually do in this specific field. So here, for example, we had indicators, so the ratio of employment rates between women and men, the earning gap between women and men, and the proportion of women in city and district councils. So of course, so this SDG is much wider, and there are many other topics which will describe this SDG, but here we wanted to give indicators so that cities can actually measure how they do, and to actually make this framework of sustainability a bit more measurable, so that we have to have something that we can talk about. So this was the project I was working on before. So now, so as I said, so the topic of this talk is, so what this actually means from a liberal perspective. So what is the liberal view on these SDGs? So how yeah, maybe can we do this? So the big question is, how do liberal policies for cities contribute to the 17 SDGs or sustainability? And it gets a bit easier if you subdivide these SDGs, and you could actually use another definition of sustainability. So there we are talking about the 3 dimensions of sustainability, which is maybe, I think, well known, where we have ecological resilience, economic prosperity, and social justice. And as I will show, so it's very easy to subdivide the 17 SDGs. You can argue about the subdivision. You could also assign different SDGs to maybe more than one dimension, but it's actually very easy to see that these 17 SDGs have a strong relation to one of these dimensions. And so, for example, you can look at ecological resilience, and you see about 7 SDGs which are very strongly linked to this dimension of sustainability. So you can do the same thing for economic prosperity. Also here you can argue maybe you can change the assignment to social justice or economic prosperity. Here's for social science. So what you see here, so I don't want to talk about how you actually link the SDGs to these dimensions of sustainability, but it's relatively easy to subdivide the 17 SDGs. Because now, so once you have subdivided them, you can think about key goals of liberal urban policies. And of course, you can also talk about that for a long time. So what are key liberal goals for cities? But I think that you can argue about that, but these 10 goals I think are very important, which is affordable housing, which also Mr. Heisenberg talked about. So obviously for cities, this is extremely important. Then you have the goal of a smart city, which uses data to make processes more efficient. Mobility for everyone, which is a really big problem for many cities. Climate protection, where cities have a really big impact and where they can also do something to reduce this impact. Then we have best education, successful economy, barrier-free cities, so everybody can actually live in the city. Security, robust finances, and tolerance. So these are 10 key goals of liberal policies. And when you think about the 3 dimensions of sustainability, so these 10 goals can be relatively easily linked. So for example, affordable housing. So this has a big impact on social justice. So everybody can live in the city, but this also has a link to economic prosperity. So if people can actually live in the city, they can come to the city and work there. And then also for smart city. So smart city is very, very important for the economic prosperity. So because cities which are using those technologies are economically more productive, but it has also a very big impact on ecological resilience, because cities which can use, for example, smart buildings or smart energy technologies, they have bigger impact on climate protection. And then you can think about mobility for everyone and all these goals. And as you can see, so these liberal goals, so these liberal goals for urban policies, they are closely linked to these 3 dimensions of sustainability. And therefore, they are also closely linked to the 17 SDGs. And so now we still have time, so we can also talk about what these liberal policies mean. And I think the most important topic is maybe affordable housing, because this is something we see all over the world. Rental prices are increasing, housing prices are increasing, and it gets kind of difficult to live in cities. And so what we've seen in Germany, So there, Berlin, which is still relatively cheap for such a big city in Europe, we just implemented rent controls or a rent cap. And what we saw was that this was really not a very good idea. So when you first hear it, so when prices go up, you just do a rent cap. So this sounds maybe kind of good, but it actually worsens the problem, because what you have in this situation, you have more people coming to the city, but at the same time, you also reduce the supply because investment is going down. So actually, it worsens the supply shortage. And in the long run, there is an even bigger effect on prices, because once you have the supply shortage widening, then the effect on prices will be even bigger. So this is something which sounds like a good policy, rent control, but it's really not a very good policy. And the liberal approach to this is you have to think about supply and demand. So the only way to get prices down is to widen the supply of housing. You can do this by providing more construction land or by loosening heat control, so that you have to make building as easy and cheap as possible. So this is the only way that you can bring housing prices down. And this is something that we saw in Berlin, so which is now over. So the rent cap doesn't exist anymore. But this is also that you see in other cities as well, so which you saw in New York City, which you see in Geneva, in Switzerland. So rent cap is always not such a good idea. Okay, so we can also go.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt a little bit. Yeah. You have only 9 minutes remaining for the. I think I counted how many pages right after this one, about 10 pages. Can you manage?
That's no problem. So okay. I think we can focus on a few slides. So this will be
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, kind of problem. So the next thing is smart city, and I think it's clear the digitalization is a key factor to make processes in cities more efficient. And as liberals, of course, we are in favor of innovation, but from a liberal perspective, you have to make sure that data security, that there is a really strong focus on data security, because although smart city is also kind of a buzzword, everybody has a different own definition, but you always are using data for a smart city, because you need this data to make processes more efficient. And once you're using this data from a liberal perspective, you have to make sure that data security is really high and that you're not using personalized data. And so there has to be a really strong focus. And also from a liberal perspective, you have to make sure that a smart city is always about the needs of the people, not about the needs of the government. So you always have to make sure that the quality of life for the people is increasing, and it's not about whether the government likes it or not. It always has to be about the life of the people. And it also has to be the case that you enhance the freedom of the people and not restraining it. And I think there are many smart cities around the world which are, from a technological view, are doing very good, but from the liberal perspective, maybe a bit problematic. So from a liberal perspective, you maybe have to focus on other things as well, focus more on the needs of the people. I think this one is also very important. So mobility for everyone, which is strongly linked to the dimension of social justice, because mobility is something that everybody has to have in a city, but is also strongly linked to the dimension of ecological resilience. And so this is a problem you see in many cities around the world. Traffic congestion. So it's not only time consuming, but it really hurts the environment. And so now you have to think about how can you manage the usage of cars? And of course, you could prohibit it, but from a liberal perspective, this is also something which is very problematic. And I think from a liberal perspective, it has to be the case that you are offering better alternatives. So which means you have to offer safe cycling paths. So only if cycling is safe and comfortable, people will use it. And also you need a wide-ranging public transport, and it has to be very easy to switch between the different modes of transport. And I think this will be the only case when people use other things than the car. So this is especially the case in German cities, but this is the case in other people as well. You have to think about better alternatives, otherwise people won't switch. And I think people also have the right to use the mode of transport which they prefer most. So we just have to offer them better alternatives. Okay, so maybe because I'm short of time, let's talk about the other ones very briefly. I think climate protection, this is also something which is extremely important for cities, not only because cities contribute to climate change, but because also in the future they will suffer most from climate change. Because for city, it's very difficult to control the heat, and it's also difficult to deal with a lot of rain. And therefore, cities have to find ways, first thing, to reduce emissions, but also to reduce the impact they have from climate change. Then from a liberal perspective, it's very important that cities offer the best education possible, because so for the long run economic growth, this is like the most important topic. And so when you're thinking about different investments you have to make in a city, then I think investments in schools and infrastructure for schools, so this is always a good thing to do. So I think this will be extremely important and will become even more important in the future. So then provide the best framework for a successful economy. So every city is based on a successful job market, and every growing city is based on a successful job market as well. And you only have a successful job market if you have a successful economy. So these two terms mean actually the same. So you have to provide the best environment for the economy. You have to make sure that everyone can live self-determined in a city. So everybody benefits from economic prosperity. But everybody also must have the chance to move around in the city. And security is also very important. Of course, there also from a liberal perspective, it has to be the case. You have to make sure that there is no further surveillance or further data collection. So I think you have to find other ways to secure the freedom of the people living in the city. Another thing from a liberal perspective, I think when you talk about sustainability, you also have to talk about that the city has to be sustainably financed. So finance is also a part of that. And we already talked about investment. So you have to make sure when you're doing investments that you're doing these on topics which are most important. And as we talked about investments in schools and infrastructure of schools, this is always a very good investment. And so cities have to make sure that the taxpayer money is spent with great caution there. And then from a liberal perspective, of course, tolerance. So a liberal city has to be cosmopolitan and tolerant so that people want to come there. So this is really important for economic prosperity, that the best educated people from all around the world come to the city, and this has a very big effect in the long run on the economic prosperity of a city. Okay, so these were the 10 main goals of liberal policies for cities. And now to conclude, so what we've seen is the framework of SDGs is really essential for a clear understanding of sustainability. But because, as I said, sustainability is always kind of a buzzword. And once you have this framework, it gets easier to talk about sustainability. So we've seen SDG number 11 is maybe especially important for cities, but all other SDGs are important for cities as well. So cities, as the urbanization rate keeps increasing, have a really big impact whether these 17 SDGs are achieved. And so the last thing, I think we saw that liberal policies have a strong connection to the definition of sustainability, and also that liberal policies have to take into account the dimensions of sustainability, which is so ecological resilience, economic prosperity, and social justice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Great on time. So are you ready to receive a question, Dr. Osman?
Yeah.
Okay, the first question is written in Korean. So I will read it in Korean, but however, translators will work on it for you.
Okay.
자, 또 한 번 저희의 스타 이제 신명희님께서 보내주신 질문이신데요. 아, 이렇게 많은 질문 보내주신 거 보면 진짜 정말 I really admire you. 진짜 개인적으로 뵙고 싶은데 이메일 한번 보내겠습니다. 자, 독일의 경우 도시와 지방의 차이가 상대적으로 다른 나라에 비해 크지 않지만 과거 동독과 서독 간 인프라 차이는 클 것으로 생각됩니다. 동독의 경우 SDG와 관련해 자유주의적 도시 정책이 어떠한지요? 비교 설명해 주실 수 있으신지 부탁드립니다.
So, as you might see from my face, I didn't get the translation yet.
You didn't get the translation yet?
No.
It's coming. You didn't get it yet. So I think the best I can understand is this one. So and then I think it's quite well balanced development in the rural area and the urban area in Germany. However, if you're thinking about in the past, it was separated by East and West. Eastern Germany, Western Germany. Yeah. So our understanding, well, the questioner's understanding is that Eastern Germany part is less developed relatively compared to the Western side of it. So how about Eastern Germany side of area? How about SDG? So is it possible liberal urbanization policies is possible? Can you compare and then any examples?
Yeah. Okay, so maybe as a first of all, so it's true. So the eastern part of Germany is really rural. So you have the big city of Berlin, and then you have smaller cities like Leipzig or Dresden. But to sum it up, so this part of Germany is very rural, and there are still many economic problems. But so what do you see in this eastern part of Germany? So you have Berlin, which is economically doing really good. And this also has an effect on all the eastern part of Germany. So you see a really positive effect in the surrounding of Berlin, but you also see now more and more positive effects on the other rural areas as well. And it's also the case that the urban areas like Leipzig or Dresden are also now doing economically relatively good. And this already has a really positive effect on the rural areas. So one thing that you can see now, and this is especially true for Berlin, that you actually see people moving from the city to the rural areas now. So because of COVID, many people work from home. So myself, so I'm working from home at least 3 days a week. And many people in Germany do this. And this has an effect so that many people in Germany are actually leaving the cities and moving to the rural areas. And so at the moment, so this can also be a big chance for the rural areas, that actually people are moving to the rural areas, also bring the money with them. So and this can actually lead to economic growth there. So this is a development. I think it's not really clear whether this will go on. It's also not really clear whether it will actually continue. Yeah, but this is something that you see at the moment.
So we have another interruption.
I think there was yeah.
It's okay. It was temporarily frozen again.
Okay. Hopefully there won't be another problem now.
I'm hoping to. I'm hoping to.
Yeah.
So yeah, good, but you're still connected, right? It's whenever it's technically disconnected, you can anyway you can just come back to us. So we will continue discussion. So is there any other question? We have one question over there. So, do you have Mike? Yes.
네, 저는 성균관대학교 미래인문학 소셜 앙트레프레너십 융합 전공 석사과정 지현우라고 하고요. 그 발표 너무 잘 들었습니다. 저는 생태 회복력에 관해서 언급해 주신 부분에 많은 인사이트를 받았는데요. 근데 이제 생태 회복력과 관련해서 1970년도부터 이제 글로벌 풋프린트 네트워크라는 곳에서 이제 측정을 하고 있는데, 그 기관의 자료에 따르면 이제 도시화된 국가일수록 생태 회복력이 많이 떨어지는 그런 현상을 보이고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 이번 학술 대회에서도 많은 좀 인사이트를 얻었던 게 생태적인 마을 공동체, 이제 15분 내에 닿을 수 있는 거리에 형성돼 있는 어떤 그런 유형에 대한 얘기를 많이 들었는데요. 그리고 코비드 19 경우에도 제 공공보건의 어떤 안전의 위험성에 있어서도 좀 단위 면적당 인구가 적게 형성이 되는 마을 공동체가 더 많이 생기는 게 더 안전하고, 그리고 고용이나 주거 같은 경제적인 공급을 늘리는 측면에서도 좀 집약적인 도시보다 더 넓은 공간에 더 다양한 많은 거주 공간을 만드는 것이 효율적이지 않은지, 그런 부분에 대한 고견이 궁금합니다.
Okay, very good. So now I got the translation. So you don't have to translate it. So I got it. So first of all, so the connection between urbanization and the ecological impact. I think this is a very difficult topic. So you also see, so when you're living in a dense urban areas, I think so this has many positive effects on the environment, because you have shorter distances. So this is one thing, and I think so. There's also some research going on about this topic, where you see the CO2 emissions per person, and you can actually see. So once you're living in a very dense urban area, the CO2 emissions per person is actually going down. So I think there is some discussion about that, but for my, I think that it sounds reasonable. So when you have everything close by, maybe you don't have to use the car, you can just use the bike, public transport, then it's actually reducing your impact on the environment when you're living in a dense urban area. And then there was the second question. I think this was about urban density. So here I'm not. Maybe if you can ask this question again. So I'm not sure if I have it in memory.
저기 퀘션 질문 한 번만 그 부분 그 urban density 관련해서 직접적인 그 질문 부분만 한번 말씀해 줄 수 있으신가요?
네, 그 이어서 말씀드렸던 게 이제 고용이나 주거 같은 경제적인 측면에서도 이제 공급을 늘리기 위해서는 집약적인 도시보다 조금 더 넓은 면적에 많은 거주 공간을 다양하게 만드는 것이 더욱 효율적인 접근이 아닐지 궁금했습니다.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So of course, so this is actually a big discussion in Germany. But of course, though, when you're going to rural areas, then there is actually place to provide housing, which is not that possible in cities because there the environment is really dense. But once you're using more and more land for housing, so instead of making cities more dense, then you actually have a negative effect on the environment. So you have longer distances to travel, you are using actually green land, and this also has a negative impact on this. So one thing, it's very good to provide housing, maybe also to provide cheap housing, but the effect on the environment is not so clear and maybe negative.
Okay. Did he answer your question correctly? Okay. So Dr. Tak, do you have a question too? Okay. Yes, you may.
I may. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Well, hello, Dirk. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for your presentation. We haven't seen for quite a long time. And I'm going to ask you one of the, for liberals, rather challenging questions. It's smart city and security. As we all know, smart city needs lots of data. It needs the big data and it needs an excessive use of data. Here in Korea, and please, my friends, correct me if I'm wrong, we have around 23 million public CCTV cameras, which can all be connected. If I would tell you something about this, about People's Republic of China, where we all know that these cameras are well connected and that we have these social accounts and all that. We don't have that in Korea. So it's really responsibly used, but it still has an impact on the privacy of people and a very, very deep impact for them. And we know from the liberals and in Germany, for every new camera, it's a big discussion. If it can be built, it can be installed in a public place or not. Here, I don't see the discussion because people get something for this. They get a security because everybody knows it does not really make sense to steal or to misbehave or whatever. So we don't have, at least I haven't seen big complaints about this public observation by these millions and millions of cameras. What is the liberal stance on that? And so how would you weigh these arguments? And if I may, one comment about the East German cities for the questioner. You should not forget one thing. It's 32 years ago when the wall came down, 31 years after reunification. These cities in East Germany had a big, big chance because they were so ruined when the wall came down that you really could start to rebuild them from scratch, many of them. So today, many East German cities are higher and better developed than the former West German cities. Well, we have to congratulate them, but if you live in one of these rather, in these West German cities which are not so well developed, you can hear lots of complaint. And one further question is the question of sharing economy. I think it's a nice topic for a liberal foundation and for a liberal himself, because what we have in Germany is lots of car sharing. I've seen here in Korea bike sharing, but I don't know much about car sharing here. Which role does the sharing economy play for the liberal view on the smart city or the modern city? And maybe one of our Korean friends might also comment on that from a Korean perspective. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very interesting question. So, so I will talk about the question about smart cities. I will talk about the role of sharing economies. So maybe one remark first, because I also talked about the differences between Eastern and Western Germany, and that maybe that's also especially interesting for Korea. What you see today, so the eastern part of Germany, which is really rural, is still kind of struggling. But what you see at the moment is that many parts of Eastern Germany actually are now more successful than some West German parts. So there are also in Western Germany, there are also rural areas with a lot of problems. And actually what you see now, that they have more problems than in Eastern Germany. Yeah, so this may be one side information. You can still do this division into Eastern and Western Germany, but also in Western Germany, we now have a lot of areas with lots of problems. Now about this topic of smart city, and so I'm working for this for the Friedrich Naumann Foundation now for 3 years, and actually, so this topic of smart cities always brings a struggle to me, because of course, so as liberals, we are in favor, we have to be in favor of innovation, but especially when it comes to smart cities, you have to be extremely careful, really have to be extremely careful. And so as you mentioned, so the people in Korea, I think, as you said, they don't have these problems with this technology. So this is something which is completely different in Germany. So there, every new technology concerning smart city is always followed very critical by the people living there. So from my perspective, it always has to be the case that you can only use a technology if it really brings quality to the life of the people. So that's the fact that has to be certified, and it has to be made sure that data security is restored, especially that you are not using personalized data. And I think you have to be really, really careful there, also from the liberal perspective. So I think as liberal, you have to be in favor of this new technology, but you have to be really critical. And I think it's, I see it kind of positive that people in Germany are, kind of critical there, and see it with great caution. And then about sharing economies, so this will be a really big topic for the next years. And so from a liberal perspective, I think, so when we talked about mobility in cities, it's really important that you're not prohibiting any modes of transport. I think prohibiting cars, so this is really not the right way. You have to find better alternatives. And if the sharing economy leads to the fact that people can share bikes, share cars, so there are not that many cars, and also that the change of the mode of transport, so that you use public transport, then you use a shared bike or something, has to be as easy as possible. So if this leads to the fact that mobility problems in cities are solved, then this is extremely helpful. And I think this can only be done during the next years with the help of a really strong sharing economy. So I think this topic, also from a liberal perspective, is really, really interesting.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Tak. Did you get what you wanted? Okay, next question coming from Lee Suk-hyun. It's written in Korean, so I will read in Korean. So you have to wait until the translator translate for you. Okay. 차기 정부를 구성할 신호등 연정, AMP-FELC Coalition이 합의한 정책안들 중 하나가 연간 40만 채의 주택을 건설하며 10만 채는 국가에서 지원한다고 했습니다. 임대료 동결은 없을 것이다 라는 안이 있고, 아스만 박사님께서도 임대료 상한제 한 가지만 들어서 그것이 주택값 상승에 영향을 준 것으로 말씀하셨는데요. 대규모 부동산이 임대주택을 대거 사들인 것과 외국인 투자 등으로 인한 원주민은 임대료가 싼 버린 C 구역이나 그 이상으로 나갈 수밖에 없게 되었습니다. 그에 대한 박사님의 견해는 어떠하신지요? End of question.
So first of all, I think solving this problem by providing new houses, and so there is this goal like 400 new houses, 400,000 new apartments per year. So this is the only right way. So this is the only right way to do it. You have to increase the supply in order to get prices down in the long run. And so what you can do there is, so you have to provide building areas, so that there's just the places where you can build. You have to loosen the height controls, that it's just easier to build vertically. Just you have to make it as easy as possible to provide new housing. So this will increase the supply, and in the long run, you will see an effect on prices. So this will not happen immediately, but in the long run, you have just to cancel out to look at supply and demand so that this problem will be solved. Yeah, and again, so this example from Berlin, where a rent cap was implemented, they can really see which problems this makes. So when you first hear this idea of a rent cap, so you hear, okay, prices are going up, so you just do not allow anymore that prices can go up anymore. So you just implement a rent cap. So sounds reasonable, but in the long run, so there are no new housing built. So you just don't find any new apartments. So if you want to move to another apartment, you just don't find anyone. And if you move to the city as a new resident, it's extremely difficult to find an apartment in Berlin. And and as I said, so now this is maybe part of the rent cap in Berlin. Maybe it's part of the COVID situation. You actually see that people are moving to the surrounding areas. So we've talked about this. This has good effects because rents are cheaper there, but it also has bad effects because maybe it has a negative effect on the environment. Yeah, but all this. So what this. This story about this rent cap in Berlin shows us that this is not the right policy. So you have to increase supply. Every investment there is a good investment, and implementing a rent cap is surely not the right idea to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was a hard question, right, to answer. Yeah, the smart city concept is amazing. I like it. The problems that a lot of issues boils down to this topic. So it's very hard to give the one answer to solve all the problems at the same time. But nicely done, and thank you so much for your time. Okay, so
Thanks a lot. Thanks
do you
a
have any
lot.
other questions, by the way? Seems like it's now it's over, I think. Thank you so much for this morning. What time is it now in
Thank
Germany,
you.
by the way?
And now it's almost 11 a.m.
Almost 11 a.m. So
That's fine.
enjoy your lunch, okay? I will enjoy my
Thank
dinner.
you.
Cheers. Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you too.
Asman,
Bye.
thank you so much. Okay. Okay,
Bye.
we had a great presentation, right? Okay, thank you so much. Let me move to our over there, so we will finish up over there, right? Dr. Tak, can you come over here? So for the closing. So let me finish this one with my comments first. Okay. Did you enjoy the conference? Yeah. How much contribution did I made? Personally, what a great talk today we had, right? A great conference is made not only by the excellent presentation, personally thinking, but also by the active participation, obviously. The new ideas and creative thoughts, right? And then are generated in that environment. Okay, so that is what I observed today. Thank you so much for your participation, right? And then we hope you truly enjoyed today's conference presentations. And all presentation sessions are officially over. Also, the conference is over. Okay, so I personally thank the conference organizers once again for inviting me to manage the whole sessions. And I hope I made at least a decent job as a facilitator. Okay, so okay, I'm not done yet. Remember, everyone, if you are not, please do not leave online. Okay, so until I finish my last comment. Okay, there's a survey again. You can see the survey link or QR code. So that's the survey. You can just share your opinions about how satisfied you were with our conference or your experience with us. So in that, your responses are very important because based on the information from you guys, we can use that information to develop the conference better in the future. Okay, so please, Dr. Tak, and then please come over here. Yeah. Okay. And personally, thank you so much, Dr. Christian Tax. Okay.
Well, thank you very much for the privilege of having the first of the last words here in this, from my perspective, very meaningful conference. And what you just said is we are having a perspective for the future. I think, at least as far as I'm concerned, I learned a lot, and I really developed. It helped me to develop new thoughts and new insights, and also new sights on these problems, which will be with us for the next decades. And I think a lot depends on the humanities if we want to deal with it responsibly, and if we want to come to achieve a society and an economy and cities which really serve the people, who belong to the people, who are the property of the people. And I think there we have, with all the excitement and enthusiasm on what can be achieved technically, we have lots of responsibilities. And so let us continue with this kind of conference. I was very happy that we could reach a very responsive audience also online today. I'm really hoping that the day will soon come when we'll feel this wonderful auditorium with people. Well, yes, of course, I think you will be the main person, the first to be invited, and we will reserve at least 20 seats for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
But then still a few hundred will be left, and I'm looking forward to that. And I'd like to thank the two professors, Lise and Lise, and great cooperation with you. But I would also like to thank your staff members for the great organization. I would like to thank Friedrich Naumann Foundation staff members, Sungun Lim, Chung Sun is here. Livia has helped us a lot. And never forget the translators, because you see, I would be lost without you. So thank you very much for facilitating that. Did I forget anybody? And today we had these fabulous technicians who even were able to deal with internet coming from Germany. This is always a little bit a challenge in a high-tech country as the Republic of Korea. But thank you very much for helping us with that. All the best for you. We will see you again in this building or in one of the others at Tsinghua University. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lee Won-jun, please come and then could you share your
그냥 오랜만에 영어 하느라고 힘들었으니까 한국말로. 오늘 탁스 대표님께서 얘기를 하신 어떤 마음에서 올라오는 굉장히 뭐라고 그럴까요? 깊은 생각도 있으신 것 같고 또 되게 희망찬 어떤 미래를 그릴 수 있는 많은 시간이 됐던 거에 대해서 굉장히 기쁘게 생각을 하신 것 같은데 저도 앉아서 들으면서 그동안에 이제 뭐 이런저런 거 뭐 조금 생각도 하고 뭐 글도 볼 수 있고 누가 얘기하는 걸 들을 수도 있잖아요. 근데 오늘 얘기하는 것들이 굉장히 제가 그동안에 생각했던 것들이 이것저것 뭔가 좀 연결이 되는 듯한데 뭐 뚜렷하게 보이진 않지만 그래도 상당히 여러 가지를 생각을 계속하면서 이런 자리가 바로 대학이 존재를 하는 이유가 아닐까라는 생각을 했고 그리고 우리 또 미래인문학하고 소셜 앙트프레너십이라는 것 자체를 처음에 우리 이영원 교수님하고 점심 먹으면서 인간 해방을 한번 해보자라고 시작을 한 것이 사실 뭐 어떻게 되겠습니까만 그래도 먼 의미 있는 길을 가는데 이렇게 중요한 그 프로그램을 만들어서 운영을 할 수 있는 그리고 이런 자리를 만들어서 생각을 해가면서 앞으로 나아가는 그런 어떤 길을 만들 줄 몰랐는데 걸어가면서 보니까 한 발짝 한 발짝 가면서 보니까 생각보다도 굉장히 의미 있는 그런 시간을 프로그램을 만들어냈다라는 생각이 들고 무엇보다도 우리 나우만재단에서 이렇게 적극적으로 서포트를 해주시고 또 프로그램의 내용에서도 많이 기획하는 데 참여하셔가지고 그 인텔렉츄얼하게 스티뮬러스를 주는 아주 좋은 기회였습니다. 그래서 우리 계속해서 이런 시간들을 마련해서 우리가 이런 인문학, 그다음에 entrepreneurship, 뭐 스마트 시티, SDG, 뭐 whatever it is, it sounds beautiful. 감사합니다.
한국어로 조금만 말씀드릴게요. 제 영어가 짧다는 게 가끔 느끼는 게 아주 고급 단어 나왔습니다. Intellectual and stimulus. 네, 감사합니다. Next one, and Dr. Jongwon Lee, please come up, and then he also will give a closing remark in the conference. Okay, thanks.
저도 상당히 많은 감동을 받아서 좀 가슴이 벅차고요. 더군다나 우리가 이런 컨퍼런스를 이제 3회째 맞이하는데 아까 처음 시작할 때 말씀드린 것보다 훨씬 더 내용이 깊어지고 더군다나 이번 기회에는 정말 각국의 저 인터내셔널 스칼라들이 참석을 해서 정말 그 시대적인 위기 상황을 경험한 거를 정말 진심을 담아서 서로 교환을 했고 또 그 관점에서 성찰을 해서 인류의 미래를 밝히는 그런 길을 제시하고자 굉장히 노력을 했습니다. 근데 그 길이 조금씩 보이는 것 같은 느낌이 들어서 저 자신이 굉장히 기쁘고요. 동시에 이런 길을 열어주는데 적극적으로 후원을 해주신 우리 나우만재단께 다시 한번 깊은 감사를 드리고 다음 기회에 우리가 또 이런 행사를 하게 되면 이제 길이 좀 확실히 보이겠다라는 생각을 하면서 여러분 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 감사를 드리고요. 또 굉장히 오늘 컨퍼런스를 에너자이징 해주신 우리 프로페서 양에게 아주 많은 박수 드리고 또 우리의 그 한국말과 영어를 정말 어떻게 저렇게 천재적으로 번역을 해서 전달해 줄 수 있는 모양도 올라오는데 그 두 분의 정말 그 트랜스레이터들에게 너무 감사드리고요. 또 우리 기술자분들 너무 적극적으로 도와주셔서 이 국제적인 행사가 성공리에 맞출 수 있어서 너무 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
Officially end, and then by the way, it's like a PS talk from me. Do you remember when you had the technical issues? I had a talk about the city I'm living in the US, right? I just half in. So when you invite me next time, I will to be continued. I will finish that story. Okay, have a wonderful weekend, and then thank you so much. Nice meeting you. Everyone, please remain seated. Please come back. We are going to have like a group shot together. Okay. So I have a question for you. Are we going to wear mask when you take a shot, or we are going to still? We can just take it off. To wear? Yeah, we have to keep wearing. Okay.